Pleased to be welcoming you all to our first meeting of the Advisory Council on Alzheimer's Research, Care, and Services in 2026 with a new cohort of members and a packed day to learn more about the work that we've been doing. So I invite our non-federal members who are new to come up on the stage for swearing in. Don't be shy. Come on up. And I'll turn it over to Greg Stewart from OHR, who's going to be leading the swearing in.
Morning. Oh, Connie, yeah. Oh, thank you. Do I have all the new members here? Can everyone hear me? Yeah, does everyone hear me? Turn it to the side a little bit. All right, how was it? Okay, great. If I could have everyone raise their right hand and repeat after me. I state your full name. Do solemnly affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely. Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. That I will well and faithfully discharge. The duties of the office on which I'm about to enter. So help me God. Congratulations, you're all now officially appointed.
Good morning to everyone. We are so excited to have this Alzheimer's Advisory Group here. Thank you to all the new members. Michelle, thank you very much for agreeing to be our chair. And Dr. Randall Bateman, thank you again for deciding to come back and join us. I am Cindy Goss. I am the Acting Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation. I am 1 week into this acting position. I am actually the Deputy of Planning and Evaluation Health Policy Lead. To those who do not know ASPE, just wait, you're going to know ASPE. This year, 2026, is going to be the shining year not only for HHS, for Secretary Kennedy, as well as Deputy Secretary O'Neill and President Trump. It is truly going to be an exciting year. And I look forward to hearing all about the great things that you do here at this advisory board meeting today. Let me breathe for a second. As you are aware, policies, they're difficult at times. So you're entering into a difficult policy, solution-driven organization. So what I would like to say is that welcome again. And we are very excited for you to partner with us as well as support us, and we support you. And finally, I'd like to say that on behalf of Secretary Kennedy and Deputy Secretary O'Neill, thank you, thank you, thank you. Your support is going to mean more than anything to this group, and thank you for the extra attendees that we have in the back of the room. You are going to be instrumental in the development of future policies. I'm going to now introduce Roger Klein, who is our Director of AHRQ. Roger?
Thank you, Cindy. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to join you here today. As Cindy stated, I'm Roger Klein, and I'm Director at the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, and I'm pleased to be here on behalf of AHRQ. I want to begin by welcoming the new members of the Advisory Council on Alzheimer's Research, Care, and Services. We're grateful for your willingness to serve and for the expertise and perspective you bring to this important work. This council plays a crucial role in shaping our nation's response to Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. Your recommendations inform both the Secretary of Health and Human Services and the Congress. I also want to thank returning council members, our federal partners across the HHS, and the staff who support the council's work. Your recommendations are central to the annual update of the National Plan to Address Alzheimer's Disease, and they help ensure federal efforts remain focused, evidence-based, and responsive to the needs of patients and families. Many, if not most of our families, are touched by Alzheimer's disease or related dementias, whether through parents, spouses, relatives, or friends. Alzheimer's doesn't merely impact those who are unfortunate enough to be affected with it. The disease changes the lives of patients' families and friends who are their caregivers. Under President Trump and Secretary Kennedy's leadership, HHS remains committed to advancing Alzheimer's research, care, and services. AHRQ is proud to assist that work by improving the quality of care delivery, enhancing the lives of families and caregivers, and contributing to the evidence base that informs how dementia patients are treated and how care is delivered. At AHRQ, our mission is to generate evidence that improves healthcare quality, safety, and accessibility and value, and to implement that evidence to improve patient outcomes. Alzheimer's disease affects every part of the care continuum, from primary care, specialty care, to long-term services and supports. It places significant demands on patients and families. Addressing those challenges requires rigorous research, thoughtful implementation, and sustained collaboration. AHRQ Senior Advisor Kevin Chaney will speak in detail about our efforts in dementia care. At a high level, this work focuses on improving care delivery and coordination, advancing quality management, supporting caregivers, and generating actionable evidence to improve real-world care. Our emphasis is on what works in practice. The Council's guidance helps ensure that these efforts remain aligned with national priorities and responsive to the needs of patients and families. We greatly value our partnerships with this Council and our colleagues across HHS and look forward to continuing to support your works in the months ahead. So thank you again for the opportunity to join you today and for your continued service. I wish you a productive and meaningful meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Michelle Branham, and I have the pleasure, privilege, and honor of chairing this very exciting committee. As everyone in the room knows, I was very anxious to get started, so it's such a great blessing to be with you all today. Just to have a few opening remarks, and then I'm going to turn it over to Helen. Do you want to just have them quickly introduce themselves? Sure. Yes. So I was just wondering, because most of us are new, if we could go around the room and just briefly to each other and to the audience just say a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and what brought you to the committee. Again, thank you so much for all the council members. I'm so excited to do the work with all of you. We have much to accomplish and a short runway to do it. So I'm looking forward to getting started and having some really meaningful and robust conversations here today. All of you, or most of you, know that I started with the Alzheimer's Association. I see them represented today, and found the greatest passion of my career there, serving those not only living with Alzheimer's, but their caregivers as well, and learning what true courage and inspiration meant to me. And it became really the hallmark of my career and my heart. So just a special thanks to Gina and Steve Waterhouse, who have been shoulder to shoulder with me, not only in DC, but in Tallahassee, showing me what true courage looks like. So thank you both for being here today. It's an honor to serve with you. So those of you that know me know that from the Alzheimer's Association, I went and became Secretary of Elder Affairs for the great state of Florida. I didn't know this, but I'm the oldest sitting secretary, oldest, not by years, I promise you. But by time spent, which means in a big state like Florida, we spend a lot of time. We have second highest prevalence in the country for Alzheimer's disease. Over 590,000 Floridians currently living with the disease, about 1 million people providing unpaid care. So it greatly impacts our infrastructure, and Florida makes up about 18 states worth of seniors. So we really need to be the pioneer and lead the charge for not only research care, but services as well. So this committee means something to me personally. It means something to me professionally. And I'm just so proud and honored to be doing it with colleagues that I've worked alongside, some old, some new. So thank you all so much for being here. And I look forward to getting started. And I guess we can just start at the table here and just go around really quickly and introduce ourselves, if you don't mind.
This one works. Hello, everyone. I'm new to the council. My name is Valentina Mantu. I'm from the FDA. I'm a psychiatrist by training, but I studied regulatory in 2013, and I was talking to Dr. Bateman about this with Alzheimer's disease. And I think Alzheimer's disease has been my first love in terms of drug development. I've been trying really hard to advance drug development in this area, and I'm very happy to be here with you this morning.
Thank you.
My name is Melissa Miller. I'm the program manager of the Alzheimer's research program within the Department of Defense, specifically in the congressionally directed medical research programs. I come with a research background in neurodegeneration and neuroscience, looking in the towards drug development, and I'm really excited to be here on this council. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Joan Weiss. I'm the acting director in the Division of Medicine and Dentistry at the Health Resources and Services Administration and the agency lead for geriatrics workforce development and enhancement. And I've been involved with workforce and development and enhancement in geriatrics for many years, probably going back to 2020. And you'll hear more about the work that we're doing later this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sam Giles. I'm a community neurologist and founder of a couple groups in this space. I'm out of Jacksonville, Florida. Our private practice setup is primarily to actually diagnose and treat with the most efficacious therapies, disease-modifying therapies for Alzheimer's disease in the community setting. We've been very busy in Florida, given our patient population. We are partnered with a national infusion company, and as a result, I have a bit of a unique perspective in seeing the clinical, administrative, and then also ambulatory infusion center hurdles, and then have been part of troubleshooting those. In addition, I'm founder of a solution called CerebraLink for looking at ways that we can help streamline and allow other neurologists that are in the community setting to deal with the administrative, clinical, and any other obstacles that may pop up.
Thank you, Dr. Giles.
Good morning and happy Monday, everyone. I'm Christy Putnam. I am a 25-year-plus veteran in Health and Human Services in Florida, Kentucky, and most recently in Arkansas. I'm originally from Florida, but now we live in Kentucky. My focus has been, so in all three agencies, I had supervision responsibility for aging and adult protective services and long-term services and supports. Really interested in how we can embrace AI and technology to help with some support, but also caregiver support and connection to community resources and making sure that we form those ecosystems around people that really help them through as family members and as patients. Thank you. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much. I'm Amy Bonnie Adams. I serve as the Acting Director for the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke at the National Institutes of Health. And we partner with our colleagues at the National Institute on Aging in advancing research on Alzheimer's disease and Alzheimer's disease-related dementias. I came to NIH over 20 years ago from a background in fundamental neuroscience and have been spending almost my entire professional career after leaving the bench working to take the results of research and thinking through how we can translate them into better care for all. So thank you so much. It's really a pleasure and a privilege to be here.
Good morning. Jonathan Weiss, great honor to be here. Michelle, we really look up to you, and thank you for all the work you've done prior to this and everything we're going to do together. I think we're going to do great things. My name's, again, Jonathan Weiss from the state of Florida. I'm a business guy, entrepreneur, and it's a great honor that you would seek to have my perspective here. Most recently, I served as the chairman of the Alzheimer's Disease Advisory Committee for the state of Florida. Part of what I do, or the technologies that I'm involved in, is able to, has an application for Alzheimer's disease, and so that's where I got into this space, and it is a mountain to climb for us, and with God's help, I hope that we were able to make a difference.
Good morning, everyone. Retired Major General Hammer Hartzell. It's just a call sign. It's a good one. A nice one, not a 37 years Marine, retired, served with Michelle in the great state of Florida as an agency head for Veterans Affairs. And when I retired, I wanted to serve those who served that I served with, and that's healthcare and behavioral health, mental health, a lot of different ways that we can do that. And when I realized that there's over 450,000 veterans living with Alzheimer's, and that the VA is predicting a 8.5% increase in veterans with Alzheimer's over the next 7 years, it's a battlefield that I want to fight in. And I have a passion for helping us stay as vibrant as possible as veterans for as long as we can. I have personal family members, my father, that dealt with this toward the end of his wonderful life. So that's why I'm so honored to be asked to be on this commission. Yeah, thank you.
I'm Randy Bateman, a neurologist from Washington University in St. Louis, and I began my work in Alzheimer's a little over 25 years ago, and I've been seeing patients in my clinic and doing research, and so much of my work has centered on the causes and how does Alzheimer's begin, how does it progress, and how does it take away the cognition and the thinking of our people. And over that time period, I'm going to present later today some of the advances that have been made over the past 20 years in Alzheimer's disease, including diagnostic tests, interventions, and then what the future might hold, the very near future over just the next few years, and what we might be able to do to help stop and prevent Alzheimer's.
I'm Richard Hodis, Director of the National Institute on Aging at the National Institutes of Health, where we support research across the broad spectrum of basic biology of Alzheimer's-related dementias, the translation of that understanding into diagnostic and therapeutic interventions, as well as research on the care and services that are a part of dealing with those individuals with Alzheimer's and those who care for them as partners. It's been my privilege to be on this committee since its inception and to watch the enormous progress made and to express my gratitude to all those who've come to join us, and look forward to hearing from all of you and to presenting some of the summary of recent results from the National Institutes of Health in the next few minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kate Newkirk, and my journey with Alzheimer's disease actually started when I was 12 years old, and my family became secondary caregivers for my grandfather, who was diagnosed with the disease. So I am very passionate about care for patients and families, not only being a family member who cared for someone with Alzheimer's disease, but now practicing as a social worker in private care management, working with families and patients who are struggling under the weight of a diagnosis. So I'm very excited to be here and to learn from all of you and work with all of you as we address Alzheimer's disease together.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Maria Teresa O'Caffer. I'm with the HHS Office of the Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation. Really excited to have everyone here. I see some new and familiar faces. I am the designated federal officer for the Advisory Council, and in terms of background, I'm a clinical gerontologist and epidemiologist.
And I think we have a few remarks from some folks on stage.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to have the privilege of introducing Stephanie Herodopoulos, Dr. Stephanie Herodopoulos. She is the Chief of Staff for the U.S. Surgeon General's Office.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for convening today. What an exciting group full of amazing experts. Now, some I know you, Jonathan Weiss, I've known you for a while, and there's some Florida people. I'm from Florida. I'm a family medicine physician, and I saw the whole lifespan of ages for over 2 decades there, did a lot of public health initiatives, and now I'm here. But I echo a lot of the passion and the personal experiences that you have all had. My father, diagnosed with cancer and Alzheimer's. I left my practice a couple years ago to be his primary caregiver and MD VIP, I say. You know, I reflect, and I just want to share a story with you. When we were sitting in Moffitt after his nephrectomy, and, you know, he had that acute delirium that happens, that sundowning. And he was an avid cruise ship goer before, of course, the diagnoses. And he said to me, "This is the worst cruise I've ever been in." He said, "The food is terrible, there's no activities." And although I had to find some humor in the moment, you know, I realized that, you know, it was the beginning of the end. And I had that precious time with him for 10 months before he passed. And so I have a similar passion. I can't wait to see what this work group comes up with a year from now. I know we have a crisis, and I know the numbers are increasing, but you have amazing minds that could help with diagnostics, therapeutics, and not only for the slowing, but reversal. I know you guys could do this. So I just wanted to thank you and welcome you to HHS, and I look forward to seeing your work throughout the year. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all. My name is Helen Lamont, and I work in the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation, or ASPE. Right now, I'm the acting Deputy Assistant Secretary for Behavioral Health, Disability, and Aging Policy. I'm a gerontologist by training, and I look forward to working closely with everyone going forward.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Michelle. Sorry, my voice is kind of loud. For those that know me, thank you, Michelle, for the invitation to serve here. My name is Ricardo Hanna. I'm a neurosurgeon, born and raised in Brazil, working at the Baptist Jacksonville in Florida, dedicated for stroke and cerebrovascular care my whole career, till this opportunity of impacting dementia through surgery, first with NPH, now with Alzheimer. I think it's very exciting to see union of forces allowing us to do a science experiment It is the REMIND study you guys are going to hear later this afternoon, where we're trying to increase the drainage of the lymphatics of the brain to augment the clearance of this protein deposit that turn into Alzheimer. So I heard from our National Society, I'm the first neurosurgeon to be on the Alzheimer Council, so I'm honored to be here and bring a potential different tool with all the drugs and developments that you guys made over the years. I think if we can bring a different perspective and hopefully enhance that for all these people. My grandmother, dear sister of my father, so this comes very close to my house. For those that know me, I'm very passionate and push hard for my patients. I think this should be about the patient, and there's no better place to make connections and push hard than from the capital of the United States of America. So I'm honored to serve our country and our Alzheimer population, representing the whole American Academy of Neurological Surgeons and the Congress of Neurological Surgeons.
Good morning. I'm Erin Long. I represent the Administration for Community Living, the Administration on Aging. I manage our Alzheimer's Disease Programs Initiative, which is basically a translation of science to community work and bringing long-term services and support and home and community-based services in a person-centered and strength-based way to our people living with dementia and the caregivers. And we have a very robust program, and I'm excited to learn with all of you on the committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Corris. I'm the president and CEO of Tampa General and USF Health, which is a very large academic health system in Tampa, Florida, but we have centers and programs across the entire state. Michelle, thank you very much for inviting me to participate. It's a real honor. One of the programs that we have at TGH and at USF is a very large neurosciences program, one of the largest in the country. So from basic science to translational research to clinical care across the full spectrum of neurological disease. An aspect of what we do is called the Bird Alzheimer's Center on the campus of the University of South Florida that we're very proud of. So we do deep research in this space and deep clinical care. Like many of you, my father, who actually he's no longer with us, he was my best friend. He was just a very vibrant person, and I saw what Alzheimer's and dementia can do to a human being. And so there's a very personal component of all of this to me. And so when Michelle reached out, it's a real honor to serve our country, represent our state, and my health system, and it's great to be here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kevin Cheney. I'm a senior advisor at the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. There I help support our digital healthcare research division. I'm fortunate to have over 16 years in the federal government across a lot of different agencies, but I started my career at ARC after receiving my master's degree in gerontology from Miami University in Oxford, Ohio at the Scripps Gerontology Center. My background is actually helping with AAAs, area agencies on aging, long-term care services, supports. I worked at the Knolls of Oxford in the dementia ward. And so I have a lot of familiarity working with individuals and their families. And so now to flash forward, all of these years where I've been really steeped in the digital healthcare, world is how can we leverage digital healthcare technologies to best support not only those with Alzheimer's disease, but especially friends, families, caregivers, as well as the health systems and the clinicians that are trying to take care of these individuals and support their families. And I'm very excited and happy to be here. Thank you.
Hi, we're Steve and Gina Waterhouse. Thank you for your kind words, Michelle. We've been in this battle since 2016 when Gina was first diagnosed and is still here and doing well. Sorry. Sorry. She wants to torture me. But obviously our goal is to help make the path for those like us easier and more effective, and appreciate all of the people here trying to make that same goal a reality. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michael Mayo, and I served as president and CEO for Baptist Health in North Florida. It's a 7-hospital system across Northeast Florida, the largest employer, 16,000 team members, home of the Lyerly Neuro Institute, where Dr. Hannell and I have partnered and worked together for many years. I most recently retired from that role after 15 years and was welcoming the opportunity when Michelle called me to serve on this committee to continue to contribute to the betterment and quality of the care of the people in the communities that we serve. And so I look forward to being here with all of you and with my colleagues.
Good morning, all. My name is Sherry Lang. I'm representing the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and I have had the honor of representing CMS as part of this council since its inception, along with Dr. Hodis. I am in support of the agency's work to improve care, quality, access. You'll hear a little bit more about the agency's work in serving people living with dementia, including those with Alzheimer's, and also people at risk of developing dementia. I am a geriatric medicine physician and also a gerontologist in the direct services track, and have had the honor of federal service since 2000, initially helping stand up the normative aging program known as the BLSA, working for Dr. Hodis, and subsequently working as a medical officer for Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. It is indeed an honor, and I welcome the new members and advance thanks for the hard work ahead that we will be doing together.
Good morning. My name is Jolie Crowder. I'm right here representing the Indian Health Service. I'm a nurse. I can officially say this year it's 30 years in nursing. So excited to bring the nursing experience to the group, as well as representing the values of American Indian and Alaska Native communities. I'm the National Elder Care Consultant and lead our Alzheimer's work, as well as our Elder Health Care team at Indian Health Service. So really excited to be here. I think we're doing some really great work. I've only been a Fed for 3 years, so it's been quite the immersive experience. And my background actually was nonprofit work, associations, worked with an International Indigenous Association and tribal communities for 14 years. So appreciate your time, and welcome to all the new council members.
Good morning. I'm Bob Weathers. I'm the head of disability policy at the Social Security Administration, and we're excited to be new members of the Advisory Council. My research is focused on the economic of aging and disability, with a particular emphasis on Social Security policy. Within our office, we lead the policy efforts within the agency on the disability insurance program and the disability component of supplemental security income. And we also lead disability research within the agency. Two areas that we're looking forward to working with the council on are improving our disability insurance program and SSI disability programs as it relates to Alzheimer's disease. And the other area is the representative payee program that we need to administer for all of our programs, including retirement benefits. And that can be a particular issue for people with Alzheimer's disease. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michael Goldstein. I work with Bob at Social Security Administration. I am the Director of Medical within Disability Policy. I'm excited to be here. It's an honor. I've got a bit of experience working across agencies. A number of the sub-agencies within HHS regularly work with them, and others throughout the federal government, and thoroughly enjoy working with the different advocacy communities across the spectrum as far as those afflicted with various medical impairments. Honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And someone special just stepped into the room that I was hoping would introduce herself.
Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate being here. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm running from one meeting to the next. My name is Mary Lazaire, and I am the individual who is serving as the administrator with the delegable duties of the Assistant Secretary on Aging. So that's a mouthful. Anyway, this is my second opportunity to be here at HHS. I was here during the first Trump administration, and like a bad penny, here I am again. But it is an absolute privilege and a pleasure to be with all of you today. And Michelle, with your convening of this group, I know things are going to be outstanding. I'm at the Administration for Community Living here at HHS. The Administration for Community Living, albeit ACL, focuses on two populations, older adults and people with disabilities across their lifespan, as well as the caregivers for older adults and those who support people with disabilities. ACL is focused on community living. So while we do not do direct health services, we're certainly very focused on community living support services, particularly supporting people who need respite, caregivers who need respite, individuals who need caregiver services, advocacy, support. So we are very tuned into the work of this committee and appreciate all that you do. Hopefully you'll hear later from Aaron Long a bit more about the specific programs that ACL does provide. But with the growing, I'm going to say maybe the wrong healthcare word, but epidemic of this issue among older adults and those not so older, which is certainly becoming more and more of an issue facing all of us, that becomes more of an issue for all of us in terms of community living. So that's why it's important for the support services to be available as well, and it's our privilege to be here with all of you, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. And if you aren't feeling reassured, all of you members and audience, that we have assembled such an amazing group from just different spaces in the disease, whether it be caregiving, research, health systems. But our job here, I feel like our mission, what we are commissioned to do here, is not only to create runway, but to fly the plane. So we've got some work to be doing here that will be, I think, just incredible as we convene not just the research that will advance while we have caregivers and people living with the disease, but also how we wrap services around our families in America living with the disease now while we keep working on research. So I'm excited to get started. Thank you all so much for being here. With that, I'm going to pass it to Helen, who has had to deal with me the past couple of months to get started and has just been a terrific partner. So thank you so much to ASPE for all the assistance and all the support.
Thank you, Michelle. I just want to acknowledge there are a few federal members who are online. For the sake of time and technology, we will have them introduce themselves when they talk about their federal agencies today. But they're also very important, so I don't want them to be forgotten. So again, good morning, everybody. My job today is to give you an overview of what you're walking into. What is this NAPA, as we call it, the National Alzheimer's Project Act? What does it mean? What is the infrastructure? And the goal of today is to sort of level set so that we can take off. So first I want to do a little bit of history of NAPA. This is a tricky one. It was passed in late 2010 and it was signed into law in early 2011. It's a short, I think it's 3-page piece of legislation, and it's relatively straightforward. These are the requirements for what the Secretary of HHS needs to do, and it includes 2 main pieces that are what I'm going to talk to you about today: create and maintain an integrated national plan to overcome Alzheimer's, and to create an advisory council, this group today, to review and comment on the national plan and its implementation. It's quite simple, but it's had a big impact. And I also want to mention, especially as we move into the next decade, that Alzheimer's disease in the legislation specifically calls out related dementias. So when we use the term Alzheimer's disease, with the exception of our scientific discovery and research, we are often talking about Alzheimer's disease and related dementias holistically, and we don't forget about the related dementias. So this is a not-to-scale timeline of NAPA, but you'll see it was enacted in January of 2011. We took over in April. We had our first meeting in September, and then our national plan came out, the very first one came out the following May. So it was quite a quick turnover the first year. And then following that, we've updated the national plan annually. It's been consistent except for in 2021 when we added a goal focused on risk reduction, goal 6. And then we were so pleased, well, now 2 years ago, when NAPA was reauthorized on October 1st. Originally, it was set to sunset at the end of 2025, but recognizing the importance of this work, adding some members, and codifying the focus on risk reduction, we really appreciated Congress's support for this work into the next decade. So first I want to talk about, out of order from the legislation, the Advisory Council, or this group. This group is governed by the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FACA. So if you ever hear it informally, we sometimes call this the NAPA FACA very affectionately, and that's our shorthand. All it means is that our deliberations are in the public domain and that we have meetings where we vote on recommendations. This group meets quarterly. You all are charged with making annual recommendations, both to the Secretary and to Congress. That's a really important and unique aspect of this advisory committee as opposed to other FACAs, because the breadth and depth of the issues that we're facing are so large. I think that the authors recognize that it's outside of HHS's purview to tackle everything. And so many times our advisory council will come up with recommendations that require statutory changes, and we have the authority to make those recommendations to Congress, and they have acted on a number of those, which is really exciting. And the way that we organize our work historically has been, I think, going forward in 4 subcommittees that roughly align with research, care, and services. So a research subcommittee, a clinical care subcommittee, long-term services and supports, and then risk reduction, which was again added. That one was added in 2020. So sorry for the wonky graphics. This is a rough timeline of the work that we do, just so you can get an idea. We might have to adjust it, of course, because we're meeting this year in February. But our goal is for the recommendations to inform the national plan. And the national plan, if you go backwards, I don't know where I could point, is released in the fall. So what we try to do is have this group make recommendations at the July meeting. Maybe we'll do it in October this year. And then historically, we've had meetings focused on various different topics to inform the development of recommendations. So this is a January meeting. Historically, we might have done this meeting on clinical care, with a focus on clinical care, and April 1 on risk reduction and research, and then in July we would have the recommendations, and then October would focus on long-term services and supports. A lot of the meat of the work happens in those subcommittees, which I'll get into in a few minutes, and so those subcommittees generally are working from that January to July timeline, developing the recommendations for presentation and adoption in the July meeting. So we'll meet quarterly. Our main deliverables are the recommendations, and then the HHS's deliverable is the national plan. Our advisory council has now more than 30 members, which is amazing. We have our non-federal members, many of whom we welcome today, with a variety of perspectives codified in law, what we have to have here on our council, and then more than 15 federal members representing almost every part of HHS, the Department of War, NSF, VA, and then this year we are pleased to add DOJ, FEMA, and SSA. Again, NAPA is a little different than every other advisory committee or many other advisory committees. Most advisory committees don't have full membership for federal members. They're often ad hoc or ex officio. So in the beginning, this was a little bit, we had to figure out how to make this work. But I think we've really developed collegial relationships where what the federal members do, the non-federal members lead the content of what we're focusing on. They tell us what's important, and then your federal colleagues will help you figure out technically how you achieve that goal. So as a result, we have very rich, specific recommendations. We don't just say, improve life for caregivers. We will say, a recommendation from this group might say, through the National Family Caregiver Support Program, Congress should increase the focus on X population. And so we are very explicit on who we're focusing on. And I think that has helped us to become more effective in the work that we do. And it works the other way. We are also hearing all of this within HHS. We're hearing the specific focus areas that the non-federal advisory council members are interested in. You all will make recommendations to the secretary, but also know that there's a little more diffusion process where by us feds sitting at the table and hearing, for example, that there's a population that we need to focus on, like people living alone with dementia, your federal colleagues will take that back to the work that they do and add it to the work that they're doing. So it's both a very formal process, but then the informal part of it has been extremely important as well. I apologize, this slide is really hard to see, so you can read it afterwards. So our 3 subcommittees, just quickly, research focuses on not just biomedical research, but all research. It has focused in the past on funding, clinical trial enrollment, and research infrastructure. As Dr. Hodis will discuss, there are a number of summits. Actually, every year there is a summit to get down to more specific research focus that NIH should have. So this research subcommittee is sort of a 10,000-foot view on the research infrastructure that we need to address Alzheimer's disease. The clinical care subcommittee focuses on everything from detection and diagnosis to the workforce, models of care, treatments, all the way through end of life. Long-term services and support subcommittee focuses on institutional and home and community-based services, efforts to support family caregivers, and issues like safety and autonomy. And then finally, our risk reduction group, which was added with the new research that showed that there were steps that people could take and that we could take as a society at large to improve the health of folks, but also to reduce their risk of developing dementia, looks at people in the preclinical stage, building the research evidence regarding risk reduction, building the infrastructure to act on that research evidence, and then making sure that we're spreading the word about things that we can be doing to reduce the risk of developing dementia. Most of the substantive work and discussion happens in the subcommittees, not in these big meetings. It would be far too much. Generally, those subcommittees meet monthly for an hour to an hour and a half. They're organized by the subcommittee chair, so stay tuned for your ask to be a subcommittee chair. They may also work on planning a panel for one of our quarterly meetings. And then most importantly, they craft the recommendations for presentation at the July meeting. And as I mentioned, our federal staff provide technical assistance on those subcommittee meetings. And then internally, we have a lot of federal coordination happening. We meet regularly to talk about the work that we're doing, what's coming up with NAPA, and better ways to coordinate. I would say, again, this is both formally and informally. The relationships that have been developed between the agencies as part of NAPA don't have to go through NAPA. So if Joan at HRSA has something that she wants to be doing with ACL, she will reach out directly to Erin, and it's been a great way to extend the reach of the work that we do. We coordinate and collaborate on many issues, and then obviously are leveraging resources between the federal agencies to achieve more. As Sherry mentioned, she's been here since the beginning. Dr. Hodis has been here since the beginning, and the others, Joan has, the others that have not been here maybe since 2011 have been here for a very long time, and we've really appreciated the consistency in federal staff and federal leadership focus on NAPA, and so that's been a way to elevate the issues that this advisory council makes. I'd say across the board, you'll notice that, well, with many issues, of course, but with dementia, that there's sort of a whole of government recognition of the importance of dementia, the impact that it has on all of our programs, and in an effort to address those challenges that people are facing. And it's been used as a model. Recently, the national, I forget the exact name, the Parkinson's Act is actually almost exactly the same as the National Alzheimer's Project Act. So it's really flattering, and I think a testament to what can be done through this infrastructure. And then finally, you might have noticed that you're seated in and out, fed, non-fed, and that's intentional because our goal is to develop these collegial and personal friendship relationships between our feds and our non-feds to make this work richer. I will talk a little bit more later about our national plan to address Alzheimer's disease, but really quick, it has 5 goals. I don't want to get too far into it. They roughly follow research, clinical care, long-term services and supports. We recognize public awareness and engagement, and then infrastructure to track our progress. And then the last goal, not in the order that it was added, is focused on risk reduction. And again, we'll talk about that this afternoon. It is updated annually. The current draft for 2025 was held up by the prolonged shutdown, so that's currently in our clearance process, so you'll see the 2025 update out soon. Underneath each of our goals, we have strategies, and then we have specific steps that the federal government is taking to achieve those goals. Historically, the national plan has summarized all the completed, current, and planned work that the federal government had underway, and so the 2024 update was north of 170 pages. It was really a comprehensive book of everything the federal government was doing. And then the actions that are in that national plan come from the recommendations. They come from public comments that we'll get at the end of the day, issues in the field that your federal colleagues are hearing about and working to address, and then topics raised by federal partners and those cross-agency collaborations. So where are we today? What does that put us today? And how do you do something when you're joining an effort that's been underway for nearly 15 years? So here we have an almost entirely new slate of non-federal members, which gives us new energy and fresh perspectives. We don't want you to think like, gosh, I'm coming into this, what can I possibly do? But really we have 15 years of success and partnerships to build on. So we're sort of primed to achieve more, to do much more in the coming decade. We have new energy from the Trump administration and opportunities with the Make America Healthy Again initiative, which, as you know, aligns very well with dementia risk reduction. And that NAPA reauthorization underscored congressional commitment, and Congress has really been supportive of this work across all of the agencies through research, through funding, and through recognition of NAPA. So we see an opportunity to build off of all of these things that are happening at once and to reimagine our national plan to serve us for the next decade. And we'll be talking this afternoon about how we go about doing that and the role that this group will play in that work. So today's agenda is to learn about the federal agencies' roles and progress. You will hear about agencies you've never heard of before, and there will be a lot of acronyms, so apologies in advance. We'll do our best on acronyms. But we thought it was important for you all to understand the landscape of the work that is happening and what has been achieved. We will introduce our new federal partner agencies who we've been working with in the past, but now are formally parts of the advisory committee. We'll learn about some innovations in the field, and Dr. Bateman will tell us about how those innovations can start to inform recommendations. We'll discuss an approach for this national plan in 2026, which is going to be our roadmap for the next decade. And finally, a really important part of our meeting is to hear public comments at the end. So thank you all for being here today. I think that's it.
Thank you so much, Helen. Oh my goodness, we've got a lot of work ahead of us, don't we? But 15 years of outstanding infrastructure in place. But I think Helen's right. We have lightning in a bottle right now, a lot of opportunity from the administration, a lot of great minds here at the table, and just a research pipeline that is so robust and energetic. So I think the time is now. I'm going to pass it to Maria, who's going to introduce our new federal partners, correct? Yes, thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Michelle. So now we'd like to introduce 3 new agencies that have joined the council. So we're going to start things off with the Department of Justice. So I see Andy Mayo's on the line. Turn it over to you.
And thank you for allowing me to join. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. My name is Andy Mayo. I'm the Department of Justice's National Elder Justice Coordinator. And in that capacity, I help to coordinate the department's law enforcement and prosecutorial efforts to combat elder fraud and different forms of elder abuse. In that capacity, I also help to coordinate and support the efforts of state and local law enforcement and prosecutors in their work to combat elder abuse, neglect, financial exploitation, and fraud. Obviously, in all of our works at the federal, state, and local level in combating elder abuse, elder fraud, elder financial exploitation, we interface and intersect with older adults living with Alzheimer's disease and other related dementias. And so something that we have been working on for the past several years is how to improve our agents, our investigators, and our prosecutors' interactions with those older adults. And so, for example, we developed a forensic interview training that we have done in almost all 50 states, teaching law enforcement officers and prosecutors how to conduct more effective forensic interviews with older adults, including those living with Alzheimer's disease and other related dementias. On Wednesday of this week, we're going to do another training for the elder justice coordinators. These are prosecutors in every one of the U.S. attorney's offices with a responsibility for prosecuting elder fraud. And we're doing a training for them on the aging brain, what we know today, what we don't know today, and some of the best practices for interfacing with and interviewing those older adults. So again, I applaud the work that you're doing. We're thrilled to be a part of this and thrilled to learn more about your efforts. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andy. And now we'll turn it over to FEMA with Michael.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Bukovic. I'm the Senior Director of the Integration and Coordination Division with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and it's a pleasure to be here today and to join the Council. FEMA's mission is to help people before, during, and after disasters, and that mission includes individuals with disabilities, including Alzheimer's disease and their caregivers. FEMA's Integration and Coordination Division ensures compliance with federal civil rights laws and disability statutes across FEMA, as well as for recipients of FEMA's financial assistance. It's a privilege to join this distinguished council and to represent FEMA as we work to address the critical challenges posed by Alzheimer's. I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute and look forward to collaborating with all of you. FEMA is committed to supporting and integrating emergency management expertise into the national strategy for Alzheimer's care and support. FEMA currently has over 80 civil rights and disability integration members who deploy on-site to disasters to ensure access for the public, including people with Alzheimer's and their caregivers. These professionals are on the ground during disasters to advise on civil rights and disability integration laws, compliance strategies, and best practices throughout all phases of disaster response, including preparation, mitigation, and recovery. Those civil rights cadre members work closely with federal, state, tribal, and local partners, such as Alzheimer's organizations, to address the community needs and provide specialized training to support people with disabilities, including people with Alzheimer's. In the past, we've partnered with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, fire departments across the country, and the Alzheimer's Association. FEMA provides disaster preparedness training and information as well to caregivers and first responders, and equipping them to care for individuals with Alzheimer's during emergencies. Our resources include guidance on developing emergency plans and preparedness kits, as well as practical guides to make sure caregivers and responders have what they need to meet the unique needs of this population. In partnership with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, our U.S. Fire Administration provides the Fire Safe Seniors program, which helps organizations who serve older adults implement fire safety interventions. It also, that program includes a toolkit and guide with essential information for providing and implementing fire safety initiatives tailored to high-risk seniors such as those with Alzheimer's. We recognize at FEMA that collaboration is essential to our success, and as such, we provide technical assistance to state and local partners and coordinate with agencies already, including the Administration for Community Living, the Centers for Independent Living, state offices of aging, and memory care facilities to connect survivors with various vital resources. In addition, our FEMA voluntary agency liaisons help individuals with unmet needs access appropriate services. And by working closely with partners, FEMA gathers critical data, evaluates disaster areas by disability type, and advises on resource allocation. This ensures that individuals with Alzheimer's receive responsive support. Our partnerships also strengthen our ability to provide critical messaging and services, including FEMA-funded community service programs like disaster case management, crisis counseling, and disaster legal services. Our teams manage communication accessibility kits and provide staff training on disability etiquette to foster positive interactions with survivors. In addition, we integrate enhanced applicant services that supports individuals with disabilities and their caregivers in applying for disaster assistance. Disability coordinators throughout FEMA's regional offices Also ensure the needs of individuals with disabilities are integrated into emergency planning and disaster relief. These coordinators promote best practices in evacuation, develop training materials, and ensure access to pre and post disaster information, while also working on transportation options and post-evacuation guidance. In closing, I want to reaffirm our commitment to this advisory council and the efforts to address Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. Our agency is dedicated to making sure that individuals with disabilities, including those with Alzheimer's, are integrated into every aspect of disaster preparedness, response, and recovery. And as we move forward, FEMA will continue to collaborate to strengthen our emergency management principles, ensure access, and provide support to all disaster survivors. I'm honored to serve alongside each of you, and I look forward to contributing to the Council's critical work. Thank you for your time and commitment to improving those affected by Alzheimer's. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Michael. And now we'll turn it over to Dr. Robert Weathers with the Social Security Administration.
Good morning. I'm Bob Weathers, Head of Disability Policy at the Social Security Administration. We're happy to be new members of the Council. Social Security administers two programs, the Old Age Survivors and Disability Insurance Program, or OASDI, and the Supplemental Security Income Program, or SSI. People with Alzheimer's disease might be eligible for either our disability insurance program or disability under SSI. And Michael will talk a little bit about the disability program and how it serves people with Alzheimer's disease this morning. We also administer the Representative Payee Program for people with Alzheimer's who are unable to manage their own benefit amount, and that could be for retirement benefits, disability benefits, survivors benefits, or SSI aging benefits. So that's another area that we would like to focus on with the Advisory Council in our new role here. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Michael Goldstein to talk a little bit about the disability insurance program.
Yeah, that's good, actually. Thank you. Thank you, Bob, and forgive me in advance. If you have any questions, I'd do a lot better with this with a 4-hour presentation than in 5 minutes. There's a lot of details and nuance that I got into 5 slides. So if you want to approach me, at any time today, please feel free to do so. We did think that given our new membership here, it was important to give a little bit of context about how we run our program and how we specifically determine disability, and talk about that in the context of Alzheimer's disease. So real quick, you can see here, this is at the top is actually based on the statutory definition from the Social Security Act and how we determine disability. We're looking, are you working and earning certain income? You cannot be disabled if you are. Do you have an impairment that is severe and meets our durational requirements, which is at least 12 months or likely to result in death? That's actually a fairly easy threshold to cross. Rare is that someone going to be denied at that step. We'll focus a bit today. I'll talk about the medical listings that are applicable to Alzheimer's disease. It's a screen and step there. If you do not meet one of those listings, at that point we see if you are able to do your past relevant work. Again, a lot of nuances in these definitions here in these terms of art. And if you're not able to do that, we then look, are you able to adjust to other work in the national economy? For Alzheimer's disease, primarily, we're looking at listing 12.02 for neurocognitive disorders. So a lot of these listings are broader. They cross 14 body systems for adults, and there's several hundred, right, crossing every impairment you can imagine. And then there's obviously thousands upon thousands of other impairments that don't have a listing. This Alzheimer's typically fits under 12.02. So we're really focused on the declines in attention and executive function, learning and memory, language, social cognition, perceptual motor skills, and then also looking at the criteria, marked limitation. And a couple is often what we see, but sometimes extreme limitations in one of understanding, remembering or applying information, interacting with others, concentrating, persisting, maintaining pace. I think a lot of elements of Alzheimer's disease, as you all know. There's also other factors and elements under 12.02 that look at really extensive levels of treatment that we'll see at times. Like I said, we will never deny somebody for not meeting these specific medical criteria. We then go on to the vocational analysis, and at this point, we look at your residual functional capacity. Some of you might hear about claims that go before ALJs, administrative law judges with their agency. A lot of these are decided at this level, right? Whether they're allowed or disallowed. And it's looking at the most you can do. Given your impairment, what is the most you can do? And it's also factoring in your age, education, and work experience. So we take that, and then we look at your past relevant work. Can you do your past relevant work? And if you cannot, can you do other work, given those factors that I mentioned? The answer to both those questions is no. The individual is found disabled, and if it's yes, then it's not disabled. We do have one of the things I should mention is in the context of Alzheimer's and disability, we're inherently sort of talking about a younger population, right? Because between age 65 and 67, you're going to transition into the retirement program based on several factors, whether that's Title II or Title 16. So there's this inherent kind of element of being young, right? So we have a wonderful program that was started by Commissioner Astrew. I believe it was in 07 or 08. He was there through numerous administrations. He started a compassionate allowance program. And we've got about 300 conditions on that, and that is for some of the most severe impairments that we see, to ensure that these people are fast-tracked as far as their disability analysis and determination process. Inherently, these are going to have pretty high allowance rates. It's not a guarantee that they're going to be allowed, but it's close to that. And you can see there's several types of Alzheimer's disease. I think the most prevalent we're going to see is early onset or young onset Alzheimer's throughout our program and their caseloads. So we do quite a bit of collaboration and outreach, and that's part of what my team at SSA does, is they're constantly doing research and staying up on Alzheimer's and all other impairments. But we also have some built-in relationships. Like I said, I have several strong relationships with folks here at HHS, but we're constantly engaging with the national academies, great relationships there, and have a couple of different forums that we're exploring. Currently, we're exploring different elements of not just the medical side of Alzheimer's and treatment and what we're seeing, particularly with the young onset, but also, as Bob was saying, with what we're seeing in the realm that affects our rep payee policy, because obviously folks afflicted with Alzheimer's, whether it's disability or retirement, are going to have different needs and different abilities related to their benefits. So we're doing that, and as always, it's very fulfilling to work directly with the community, the Alzheimer's community, and engage with them. And currently, I was just talking a week or two ago with folks from the advocacy community and getting their input, and excited to continue that. And as it says up here, we're looking at some of the young onset, early onset, updating some of that policy. So now, Laura, if I don't do anything in the next few months, I've put it out here in the public sphere that it's going to happen. You can really hold my feet to the fire. Again, it's an honor to be here. I love kind of working with the community, and I know you all are a conduit to this community, and just look forward to serving. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and welcome again to our new federal partners. So we're going to pivot a little bit and turn it over to our continuing federal members, who will be presenting overviews of their respective agencies and highlighting progress made since NAPA's inception. So I'll turn it over to Drs. Hodis and Dr. Bainey Adams for NIH's presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the group members, old and new. We at NIH are constantly engaged in efforts to pursue the impacts of dementia. This first slide just is a quick summary of the impact of it. These numbers themselves are a result of ongoing research. In 2025, estimated there's some 7 million people living with dementia. Expected to increase to nearly 14 million by 2060, largely as a result of the aging of the American population. One recent estimate was that the cost of dementia will be some $781 billion this year. This impact both in terms of direct medical care and some of the indirect consequences. Well beyond medical costs, therefore, including the hours of unpaid family caregiving, earning losses, and declines in quality of life. For an overview of NIH, NIH is the primary U.S. government agency responsible for biomedical research, comprised of 27 institutes and centers. Two of these, the National Institute on Aging and the National Institute of Neurological Diseases and Stroke represented here, are those which collaborate very closely carrying out research in Alzheimer's-related dementias, though many of the other institutes also play a very active role. In terms of NIH engagement with NAPA, we are participating on the Advisory Council, and that's why we are here. Participate on the subcommittees that you heard outlined as well by Helen, and are advancing progress towards goals targeting the understanding of Alzheimer's and translation of that understanding into interventions to prevent, treat, cure, and to deal with the challenges of those currently living with dementia. In terms of efforts to advance the goals, there are research efforts looking at the basic mechanisms of the biology underlying Alzheimer's. The purpose of this is to improve the ability to diagnose Alzheimer's-related dementias and to monitor the progression of disease, either the natural history or as we move towards intervention, to monitor the impact of successful interventions, to delaying the onset and progression of disease, reducing the burden and preventing disease, and improving medical care. In terms of tracking progress in this, there is an ADRD, Alzheimer's-related dementia research implementation milestone set, and a public database that I encourage any or all of you to take a look at. It's an effort to identify the milestones involved in achieving the goals of the Alzheimer's National Plan and documenting annually the progress towards those plans so we can strategize optimally in pursuit of what our common goals are. We track these through implementation of milestones in these general categories you can see listed here: epidemiology, disease mechanisms, diagnosis and disease monitoring, translation, dementia care, research resources, and Alzheimer's-related dementias, in addition to Alzheimer's itself as a primary focus. They're, as Helen alluded to, focused on input from a number of sources, but among them are the annual summits that are held, one each year, rotating through the three summits shown here. So in 2025 was the Alzheimer's Disease-Related Dementia Research Summit. In 2026, coming up next month, the Research Summit on Care, Services, and Support for Persons Living with Dementia, and then in 2027, the Alzheimer's Disease Research Summit. These are international meetings with hundreds of participant input from leaders in the field that lead to evaluation of our milestones, progress, establishment of new milestones, and trying to optimize the progression of our research and investments, along with the other many important sources of input that we have. The professional judgment budget for Alzheimer's-related dementias is required by a law. Congressional action since 2016 requires that each year the director of NIH communicate directly to Congress, that's why it's a bypass budget, doesn't go through a usual bypass budgetary process, an estimate of the funds needed above current levels to optimally pursue the goals and targets of the annual plan. This is then used as the metric by which we can measure progress and continually revise the targets and goals thereof. Quite remarkable slide shown here, which illustrates the bipartisan, bicameral, congressional support there has been for Alzheimer's disease over the years, is this slide, which illustrates over the past years of the existence of this meeting, from 2015 through 2024, a total from about $1 billion to now over $3 billion, really a remarkable level of funding. The increase is some 6- or 7-fold in Alzheimer's-related dementias and Alzheimer's itself, reflecting the way in which the public recognizes the importance and the effectiveness that we've had in addressing the challenge of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. I'd like to turn now to our closest partner in crime, the National Institute of NINDS, and the current acting director who introduced herself just shortly ago, Amy.
Thank you so much. The National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke has the lead for the research supporting Alzheimer's disease-related dementias. So the lower line that you see in the graph here reflects the investment in the related dementias research, which includes some funds that are appropriated directly to NINDS. What you can see here is that investment in research for these related dementias has kept pace with the overall investment in Alzheimer's disease and Alzheimer's disease-related dementias, perhaps even slightly outpacing it, almost an eightfold increase in investment in this area. Would you mind, Dr. Hodes, advancing the slides? Thank you. From the first version of the Act and the initial national plan, the importance of research into these related dementias was recognized, and 4 of these related dementias were named in the Act. And so as a result, we call them the named related dementias, and this includes Lewy body dementias, frontotemporal dementias, vascular contributions to cognitive impairment and dementia, and mixed etiology dementias, or dementias that have a variety of causes. But science continues to evolve, and we keep pace. And what we have come to understand is that there are other dementias and other emerging pathologies that fit within this ADRD framework. And so now our research portfolio also includes projects in some of these other areas. For example, in our growing understanding of the cognitive impairment that can emerge from traumatic brain injury, and also the dementia that can come from repeated head trauma or chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Next slide, please. Indeed, the mixed etiology for these related dementias is increasingly a central area of focus. As has been mentioned already, the global prevalence of dementia is rapidly increasing, and we have a growing understanding, but still imperfect, of the wide-ranging and complex genetic and environmental risk factors that are contributing to that increase. As we continue to understand it better, it becomes also increasingly complex. And now we have a greater understanding of the overlapping clinical presentations of different dementia diagnoses, often in the same patient. So a single patient can have multiple systems disrupted. This includes different types of abnormal protein folding, not just amyloid, which you've heard about many times, but also tau, alpha-synuclein, TDP43, and others. Also, inflammatory systems can be disrupted, metabolic systems can be disrupted. The vascular system, which supplies blood to the brain, can be diminished and otherwise affected. And of course, we can have cellular aging and death. And all of these need to be teased apart as we gain a greater understanding of how we can advance treatment to these patients. Next slide, please. And in fact, the multiple pathologies are critically important for a variety of reasons. So in this slide, you're looking at a group of individuals that had a clinical diagnosis of probable Alzheimer's dementia. But upon pathological examination, what became clear is that actually only a subset of them had pure Alzheimer's disease, which would be characterized by amyloid plaques or tau tangles. The vast majority actually had a combination of Alzheimer's disease and other forms of pathology, which includes vascular and other neurodegenerative markers and signs of protein aggregation. So it's important to understand the complexity here for a variety of reasons. One of the focuses of our effort is thinking through how we can develop biomarkers so that we can more clearly understand what is going on in each patient. What types of pathology or other disruptions are they contending with? Not only so that we can track the outcomes for those individual patients, but also as we design clinical trials. It's critically important that we can track the outcomes for these patients, but also so that we can ensure that we have enough patients with these different combinations of pathologies that we can understand how the treatment under study is affecting that particular group. So this greater understanding, I think, will pay off as we move forward in being able to advance therapy development more effectively. Next slide. As Dr. Hodis mentioned, we use these summits to help shape our priorities moving forward. The plan really is a living document. So it's not just the incredible input of the amazing experts assembled here today, but through this annual process, we were able to bring in experts from across academic science, clinical communities, government experts, but also experts from industry and nonprofits. And critically important, we bring in people with lived experience, the patients, the caregivers, their families. It's a very interactive series of meetings where together we come to a greater understanding of what really are the priorities. In the related dementia space, for example, this last summit, which was held in 2025, our fifth of these summits, really called for us to focus on implementation research, thinking through how to advance our understanding into more direct care. How we can understand the impact of the exposome or an individual's cumulative environmental exposures on their risk, individual risk and outcomes in Alzheimer's, and also to greater understand both the named and some of the other emerging dementias and how they interact with each other. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Dr. Hodis.
Thank you, Amy. Just wanted to emphasize the way in which research over these past years has informed us of the complexity of pathways and etiologies that Amy summarized, which in turn is translated into the diversity of interventions that are being supported. This first slide shows the non-pharmacologic interventions that are currently under study, ranging from exercise to cognitive training to diet to sleep. A very important part of treatment and prevention, secondary prevention and primary prevention. And these are randomized clinical trials that over these next years are going to give us increasing information about which of these are important contributors and which we can effectively intervene upon to delay or decrease the risk of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. Similarly, in the area of pharmacologic interventions, as we've learned more about the basic pathologies in the brain, we've translated that information from genetics, genomics, proteomics you've heard so much about, with methodologies that increasingly are involving artificial intelligence as well, to take huge amounts of data and from them to identify potential targets for drugs. These drugs can be small molecules, immunotherapies, gene therapies, vaccines, and they address the very diverse number of targets you see here. Those 50 trials are the early stage, phase 1 and 2. How they do, and those interventions determines which move on to phase 3, the definitive trials. And although amyloid remains important, you can see that for many years now it's actually been a minority player, an important one, but among many of the diverse targets that we're addressing. So as we learn more, the number of targets will increase, and our ability to individualize them, as I'll point out toward the end of these few minutes of conversation, to personalize the approaches to individuals. The NIH supports a translational research program that importantly allows individuals with ideas from public-private sector to propose their ideas, to have support from the earliest stages of preclinical intervention through preclinical trials and into the clinics. In addition to the trials that are looking at treatment and prevention of disease itself, we've talked about the critical importance of care and caregiving. And here are those that look at caregiving. There are over 200 trials that have resulted in strategies, some of which now have been endorsed and are being implemented across agencies such as Indian Health Service and others, becoming increasingly available. So just as important as having rigorous trials to see what works to treat or prevent the appearance of dementias is to make sure we have just equally rigorous approaches to understanding what works to intervene for individuals and families under specific circumstances. Just to highlight some of the advantages, and these are just selective, what's happened since 2012 up through the present. In terms of underlying mechanisms, in 2012, we understood very little or a handful of genes, for example, are known to be associated with early onset of Alzheimer's. There are now some 80 or more gene genetic regions that are either identified as risk or protective factors and help us to target new approaches. In terms of diagnosis, we were just beginning to see the ability to diagnose disease before death. Prior to these fairly recent years, Alzheimer's and related dementias were diagnosed at post-mortem only, and there were only clinical estimated or probabilistic diagnoses. By 2012, we were seeing the appearance of a PET scan to identify in the living brain the appearance of amyloid. This has now moved on to see PET scanning for amyloid, tau, newly appearing other molecules as well, and importantly, to identify blood biomarkers, which are less expensive, less invasive, and are important screens that are more available to individuals, not just for amyloid and taus. We're seeing them for more and more of the component etiologies of Alzheimer's. Disease-modifying therapies, well, there were none until these past couple of years when the first FDA-approved interventions occurred, these being monoclonal antibodies directed at amyloid. Clearly effective, repeatedly so. The beginning only, not the end. We need to be far more effective in identifying treatments and those who are going to profit from them most. Prevention, in 2012, actually up through 2016 and 17, when we addressed through the National Academy surveys where there were preventive strategies that were of adequate certainty and power to warrant public health campaigns, the answer was none. There were only some that were promising. Now we have seen extensive information showing the effectiveness of normalizing blood pressure in those with hypertension, and this is translated into an enormous public health campaign, not yet adequately implemented. We're seeing now the impact of strategies that look at multiple risk factors and interventions addressing them, so diet, exercise, cognitive training, and these are proving to be effective. We're seeing more and more suggesting that individual interventions are going to be effective, and over these next years, we're going to be approaching the time to implement these publicly. Similarly, for care and caregiving, I mentioned we have the first of these that are sufficiently documented and reproducible to be taken into widespread application. So current and future priorities, just point out in the sequence of summits that March 17th through 19th, this is going to be a virtual meeting. The 2026 Dementia Care and Caregiving Research Summits encourage you to participate, to register for this meeting. It'll give us a next iteration of updates on the progress in this field of research. We turned to the national academies recently to ask them to independently carry out a sense of what the priorities are for research towards interventions in Alzheimer's. They came through with a series of interventions that are now a part of the armamentarium being integrated into our milestones and strategies that I alluded to earlier in this conversation. And this is sort of a summary of what we've been talking about in terms of precision prevention and treatment. The entire patient population not so long ago was blind to us in terms of what was ongoing in terms of pathologies. As we've identified patients with characteristics that might have more amyloid or tau known and identified contributing pathologies, we now understand how heterogeneous the population is shown here, shown in these variations of colors. Right now, however, in the studies up to present, we have largely been treating all individuals with a diagnosis of amyloid or amyloid-related dementias with relatively similar interventions. Our target, as we become more and more aware through biomarkers and understanding of the individuals, is to move to a state where individualizing, where for each individual at risk or with early stages of dementia, we're able to target just those processes which seem to be affecting that individual and are most likely to make a difference. You'll be hearing more about this in the talks that follow, and this is a part of the excitement that we share with you and look forward year by year at these meetings to hopefully present to you some of the progress that we are making. Resources, just want to emphasize again what resources we have available to the public. The Alzheimer's Disease Education and Referral Center, or DEAR, which is available on request by online or telephone or written requests, extensive information about Alzheimer's. Alzheimers.gov, another website that provides information on this as well. With all this, I thank you for the opportunity to take this time to give you this presentation, updating what's going on at NIH, and looking forward to years to come with your help and your input in documenting the progress that we all look forward to. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hodis and Dr. Adams. We'll now turn it over to Dr. Valentina Mantua with the Food and Drug Administration.
Hello, everyone. I introduced myself before. I'm the Associate Director for Regulatory Science in the Office of Neuroscience and the Center for Drugs. Thank you, so that I can advance the slides, actually. And I will be speaking on behalf of the Food and Drug Administration. Since there's new council members, there's new federal partners today, I will start off by telling you a little bit of what the FDA does in this field, and I'd be very much appreciated if you could put up my slide number 2. I can advance and put up the slides as well. All right. Right, so in terms of how the Food and Drug Administration supports NAPA, now, first of all, in the first goal, prevent and effectively treat Alzheimer's disease and related dementia, we ensure rigorous evaluation of safety and efficacy of Alzheimer's disease therapeutics. We review clinical trials for both disease-modifying agents as well as symptomatic agents. These are those directed to other symptoms like behavioral symptoms or psychosis in the context of Alzheimer's disease. And also, we interact with sponsors and with the community through guidances, through regulatory advice on clinical trials, on the development of biomarkers. We qualify biomarkers because they can accelerate drug development. If we didn't have biomarkers, we would have gone anywhere in Alzheimer's disease. Under Goal 2, enhance care quality and efficiency, FDA contributes by helping making an earlier diagnosis and monitoring disease possible. We authorize diagnostic tools. We have helped the development of blood-based biomarkers that you've heard before from the NIA. We clear medical devices. We clear digital health technologies that assist with the capability of interacting with the cognitive problems that these patients have. We approve imaging agents to support clinical decision-making. And overall, our cross-cutting contributions include supporting innovation in the pre-competitive space and collaborate with sister agencies like the NIH, the NIA, I see there's CMS here, and other federal partners. Now, I'll tell you a little bit of what the progress has been in terms of the FDA contribution to NAPA since 2012, and I will start off with therapeutics. 2 milestones in the last few years reflect this progress. In 2023, we converted approval of lecanemab, an antibody directed against the amyloid in the brain, from accelerated approval to traditional approval. Traditional approval for us means that there's been actual benefit that has been observed in clinical trials, and now a patient feels, functions, and survives. In 2024, we approved donanemab, which is another monoclonal antibody for the treatment of adults with Alzheimer's disease. And I will not get into specifics of labeling of these 2 products, but we held an advisory committee, which is public live streaming about donanemab in June 24. I want to say that these are landmarks. So we haven't had any therapeutic for Alzheimer's disease for a long time. And importantly, we have approved these drugs, as I said, by observing direct benefit for patients. It was very interesting when we held the advisory committee for donanemab. I don't know if any of you have seen it, to hear patients that were actually into the clinical trials that were treated with the drug telling us, well, I wasn't driving, and now, after 18 months, I'm able to go back into my car again. It was really moving. Now, I will move on to the imaging agents. The first imaging agents that we've approved between 2012 and 2014 allowed us for the first time to actually visualize amyloid in the brain in vivo. That was unprecedented even at that time. Since then, in 2020, we have approved the first tau PET imaging agents that allows us to actually see also neurofibrillary tangles in the brain. These are the two main proteinopathies, even if you've heard just now that Alzheimer's disease has very complex pathologies. There are co-pathologies, but it was impossible to actually see the spreading of tau before. In 2025, we've updated the label of these tracers. Now, it may sound like only a regulatory action to you, but it was really important because we now allow these agents to actually tell us quantitatively how much of this protein there's in the brain. And that allows clinicians to select patients into clinical trials to understand if a drug works, actually clears out amyloid off the brain, and when to stop the treatment. And that is allowed by an FDA label, which also aids the work of the day-to-day work of the clinicians to get and select patients to get them into clinical trials. So really taken together, these therapeutic and imaging milestones support a more integrated pathology and treatment pathway, helping clinicians identify appropriate patients and supporting responsible use of disease-modifying therapies that are now available. We'll now move to progress in diagnostics. As you've heard before, there's been traditionally very invasive diagnosis or very expensive on the other hand done, and now we're slowly moving into more accessible. In 2022, we have first approved the first CSF. So CSF is an acronym that stands for a spinal fluid that requires a lumbar puncture. So initially, as for not having a PET scan, you still had to do a lumbar puncture to detect the presence of either amyloid beta or amyloid beta tau ratio into the CSF. Now, the first was approved in 22. In 2022, FDA also cleared another species of in vitro diagnostic and another one in 2023. These steps helped strengthen the diagnostic ecosystem beyond imaging, enabling validated laboratory approaches. However, we then moved to blood-based testing, which was a significant step forward. Right now, in May 2025, Lumipulse phosphorylated tau position 2017 amyloid beta ratio became the first FDA-cleared blood-based test to aid diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease for individuals 55 and older. In October 25, we also approved the Accuracy's phosphorylated tau position 181 as a plasma test to be used in primary care. Now, how these two tests differ? Now, the first one rules in Alzheimer's disease, in that it is used in specialized care by neurologists. There's already a suspect of a diagnosis probable to be Alzheimer's disease. And with these tests, it's a confirmation that rules in the diagnosis. Now, the other test rules out the diagnosis, and it's mostly used in primary care settings in that it is a blood test that has a very high negative predictive value of 97%, in that if you have a negative test, you're 100% sure you don't have, or 95 or 97% sure you don't have Alzheimer's disease, and probably your symptoms are due to something else. So this is very important to have as in the armamentarium in primary care setting. I will really briefly show you what I think those approvals and those step forwards mean for the global community with Alzheimer's disease. Now, first, earlier, a more accessible detection of the disease. Over time, we've seen a shift from pathways that relied primarily on expensive PET scan or invasive CSF test to blood-based testing, which has the potential to make evaluation more accessible and to improve the appropriateness of use of drugs. And second, better patient selections for therapies. So the expansions of diagnostic capability reinforce the link between evidence of pathology and clinical diagnosis. And third, more treatment options for early Alzheimer's disease. Now, both the drugs that we've approved have been approved in a population with mild cognitive impairment or mild Alzheimer's disease relatively early in the process. And even in an early population, we were able to observe meaningful benefit in about a year and a half of trial. So in summary, FDA's contribution to NAPA are centered in enabling innovation and maintaining evidentiary standards needed for safe and effective use of drugs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we will now turn it over to the National Science Foundation. I believe Dr. Rebecca Farrell is joining us via Zoom.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. I'm not sure if you can see me or not, but my name is Rebecca Farrell, and I'm here representing the U.S. National Science Foundation this morning at this important meeting of new and old partners. It's great to see and meet everyone, and thank you all for including NSF. I am a section head in the Social, Behavioral, and Economic Sciences Directorate at NSF, where I am the section head for Neuroscience, Cognitive, and Language Sciences. NSF has recently reorganized, and so this is one of the sections within SBE. My own background is that I'm a biological anthropologist with a broad interest in human aging and specific interest in female reproductive aging. I got my start in the federal government as a scientific review officer at the National Institute on Aging. And I am also a caregiver to my mother, who is living with Alzheimer's. Next slide, please. So the U.S. National Science Foundation is an independent federal agency, so we're not part of a particular department. And we support science and engineering across all 50 states and U.S. territories, and it's a very, very broad mission, science and engineering. We were established right after World War II to promote the progress of science, advance national health, prosperity, and welfare, secure the national defense. We do this by making grants primarily to universities and colleges, and our investments account for approximately 1/4 of federal support in basic science. But that's not all. We also support more solutions-oriented, sometimes called use-inspired or maybe even applied research with perhaps more immediate and observable advancements to the American people. So within NSF, we have 8 research directorates that focus on technology, innovation, and partnerships. That includes our small business and tech transfer programs, computer science, engineering, math and physical science, biology, geology, science and technology education, and my own directorate, social, behavioral, and economic sciences. I also would like to comment, because it will become clear why this is important in a future slide, the time scale of our investments is really broad. While some of our investments and impacts are quick to be realized in terms of specific research project outcomes, we also have impacts that represent decades of foundational discoveries that have led to major societal advances, including things like the internet and artificial intelligence. So what are we doing right now? It's an exciting time at NSF. We're focusing on several major cross-cutting initiatives, including artificial intelligence, quantum, biotechnology, and STEM workforce. That's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics workforce. And all of these areas, if you look at some of the details in my slide, you can see that they do have intersections with the goals of the group here today. Quantum is an underlying technology that's part of imaging tools. AI is everywhere and surely is an important part of advances in our understanding and our treatment of Alzheimer's and related dementias. And biotechnology, also focusing on the basic science underlying things like amyloid protein and medical treatments. And then, of course, the STEM workforce, making sure that we are supporting the current and future workforce in both basic and applied research. So why are we here at this meeting? It's a very broad mission. It's a little bit different from many of the other federal agencies that are here today. So even though we have a broad mission, and given that our structure is really broad and focused on basic topical areas, we don't really have a portfolio or a program that focuses directly on Alzheimer's or related dementias, but we do have a distributed portfolio of relevant research. Since 2012, NSF has invested approximately $200 million in research relevant to Alzheimer's and related dementias, and you can see on the slide here that includes things in basic research, advancement of diagnostics and treatments. Some of those are actually our small business awardees. And then things perhaps related more to my directorate, improving quality of life. So understanding dynamics between caregivers and patients, and the nexus of those dynamics with technology, aging in place, how we're using technology to improve the lives of caregivers and patients. I've listed a few recent examples. We have one from SPE that's about using language change as a diagnostic marker for Alzheimer's. We have something from our Technology Innovation and Partnerships Directorate using artificial intelligence to diagnose Alzheimer's. We have another program called Human-Centered Computing, where they're looking at smart objects as assistive technologies, and we have a program that NIH is part of called Smart and Connected Health, Personal Determinants of Health Enhanced Machine Learning Models for early prediction of Alzheimer's. So again, we don't have a program in it, but we do have a lot of fundamental and use-inspired research that's quite relevant to what's happening in this area. I would also like to mention that sometimes the folks who are getting the grants from NSF in these areas go on to be very successful in getting funding from other more mission-specific agencies like NSF. Lastly, I wanted to mention that NSF is very interested in developing partnerships not only with other agencies, but with public and private partners in ways that will help us amplify our investments in research and education and benefit society. I wanted to highlight one mechanism that's already in place at NSF that I believe it has so much potential for creating partnerships and amplifying NSF's impact. And this is a program called Intern, which is non-academic research internships for graduate students. This is a program which bridges the gap between our very broad research community focus and more targeted research applications by placing students of NSF grantees into non-academic internship opportunities. I don't think we've even started to utilize this mechanism as much as we could, and I see a lot of potential for this to be one mechanism for discussion as part of this larger group. I think there are a lot of students who are currently working in very fundamental research that might really benefit and also contribute to the goals of this group by being placed in some of those internships. So I look forward to continuing to discuss this and other opportunities. I'm sorry I can't be there in person today, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca. And now we will turn things over to Dr. Melissa Miller with the Department of War.
Thank you. Great. So my name is Melissa Miller. I'm the program manager for the Alzheimer's Research Program within the Congressionally Directed Medical Research Programs within the Department of War. These are my disclosures. So I'll start off my presentation by introducing you, we'll go slow to go fast. I'll introduce you to the Congressionally Directed Medical Research Programs, which I will henceforth promise to refer to as CDMRP. And as the CDMRP is an office within the Department of Defense, which I will henceforth refer to as the Department of War, or DOW. And CDMRP serves as the office that oversees appropriations for biomedical research programs that are directed to the organization by Congress, meaning that Congress names specific research areas and appropriates funds towards those research, towards research specific to those areas of interest. So thus, the overall aim of CDMRP is to transform healthcare through innovative and impactful research. And we do that through our mission to responsibly manage collaborative research that discovers, develops, and delivers healthcare solutions for service members, their families, veterans, and the American public. The chart on the right of this slide summarizes the who, what, where, why, and how of CDMRP. And of course, I don't have enough time. We don't have that 4-hour presentation to go over everything on this circle star graphic. But there are a few points that I would like to foot stomp for awareness. First of all, CDMRP was established in the early 90s as a direct result of grassroots patient advocacy, specifically advocacy for dedicated funds to support research to cure breast cancer. The unrelenting efforts of these advocates increased political awareness of health and healthcare-related issues, resulting in dedicated line item appropriations for biomedical research annually within the Defense Appropriations Act. And to be clear, the funds that CDMRP manages and receives are not included in the department's annual budget request or the president's budget. Rather, these funds are appropriated by Congress in addition to the core budget of the DOW. So hallmarks of CDMRP research programs include the fact that all research, all the funds are specifically targeted by Congress and added to the DOW budget on a yearly basis. The CDMRP specifically targets research according to each program area, and we fund projects that fill critical research gaps and address high priority needs. So because funds are appropriated to specific research topics, CDMRP programs are able to annually adapt our program's goals and investment strategies annually to be able to rapidly respond to the evolving needs of the field, as well as revised congressional intent for the programs. To this end, CDMRP leverages a 2-tier application review process, which means that we do not have a pay line, and applications that receive the highest scientific scores during that technical peer review are not automatically funded. Rather, applications are recommended for funding based on both their scientific merit as well as how well they address programmatic needs and our strategic priorities. Collaboration is another hallmark of all of our CDMRP programs. The success of CDMRP really is based on the unique partnership amongst Congress, the DOW, researchers, and consumers. Each partner plays an important and distinctive role in advancing military medicine and public health outcomes. As noted at the top of this slide, consumers, which we define as individuals living with the disease, injury, or condition, and in some cases, their care partners, are key contributors throughout CDMRP program processes. Consumers serve as full voting members on nearly all CDMRP peer and programmatic review panels, adding unique perspectives and a sense of urgency for our mission. Their participation ensures that the human dimensions of the target diseases, disorders, or injury are incorporated into the program's policies, investment strategies, and research priorities. Our programs also collaborate with our federal partners to ensure that the research supported across the federal and nonprofit space are complementary rather than duplicative. With the signing of the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2026, which just happened, this law appropriated funds for the upcoming grant cycle. CDMRP will manage $1.27 billion of appropriations for 34 programs. This slide summarizes the appropriations for all CDMRP programs within the last 3 years, and apologies for the typo at the top right column that should say FY26, not FY25. And highlighted in yellow, which is almost impossible to see, I'm so sorry, is the appropriation for the Alzheimer's Disease Research Program, which was consistently maintained at $15 million for all 3 years included on this table. You can also appreciate that other CDMRP programs were more significantly affected during the FY25 grant cycle. The CDMRP has developed and uses a common program management approaches, yet each program has individually tailored goals and a unique vision to enable it to meet the specialized needs of their research community and advocacy. All of that is to say that each of our programs will follow the process that is currently on this slide, but they will do so independent of one another. The efforts of one of our 34 programs does not necessarily dictate the efforts of any of the other programs. We are independent of one another. The first major milestone in this cycle, and the reason why I'm showing you this, is that we host annually a vision-setting meeting during which the program convenes a panel of experts, which may not be as robust as this one, but this panel contains expert scientists, clinicians, and importantly, consumers to assess the research landscape and develop an investment strategy that is implemented throughout the program cycle through our funding opportunities. As noted earlier, involvement of consumers and people with lived experience is a hallmark of the CDMRP process, and these key community members serve as full advisors across the CDMRP program cycle that I just showed. This slide highlights by the numbers just how many consumers and advocacy organizations help to inform and strengthen CDMRP's commitment to improve health care for our service members, their families, veterans, and the American public. Additionally, more and more CDMRP programs are requiring or encouraging consumers and people with lived experience to participate on research teams, thereby maximizing the potential impact of the research outcomes for end users. And at the vision setting meeting, the types of funding opportunities or award mechanisms that the programs will use to solicit will depend on the priorities and needs of those individual areas. There are numerous types of award mechanisms offered by CDMRP programs, and each of those are tailored to the particular goals of the program. Many funding opportunities span the research and development spectrum, while we have some award mechanisms that also support the training and mentoring of the next generation of scientists. So with that broad introduction to CDMRP out of the way, let's now focus on the efforts of the Alzheimer's Research Program. So this program was initiated by Congress in FY11, but CDMRP's management of those appropriations began in FY14. So to date, the program oversees roughly around $228 million in appropriations, and that number does include the $15 million to be executed in FY26. The vision of the program is to mitigate the impact of Alzheimer's and related dementias associated with TBI, military, and diverse risks, and the program delivers on that mission, or delivers on that vision through our mission to fund impactful, solution-oriented research to address critical needs and improve quality of life of service members, veterans, their families, and the public who are living with Alzheimer's disease and related dementia. This council is well aware, and we had an excellent overview of the scope of the AD-ADRD problem, so I'll forego belaboring the statistics that are located in the middle of this slide, but I do want to highlight a few key considerations why Alzheimer's disease and related dementias have a unique relevance to military health and readiness for our warfighters. First, these statistics are highlighted in the yellow box on the right, is that individuals with a history of traumatic brain injury have a 70% increased risk of developing dementia. And remember that traumatic brain injury is widely considered the signature wound of the post-9/11 conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. However, the story doesn't end there, as veterans are 2 to 8 times more likely to develop dementia post-TBI than the general US population, meaning that military service itself is a risk factor for dementia development. It's therefore incumbent upon us to better understand how other risk factors and military exposures contribute to dementia development and establish effective preventative measures. With that in mind, the program has established 5 strategic goals to drive innovation, fill research gaps, and address recognized risks within the field. And these goals are depicted within the pie chart on the left side of this slide. These goals focus on key areas of research, like understanding health disparities within ADRD, as well as understanding risk factors to reduce and prevent Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. We also have outcomes-focused goals, like improving the availability of early and accurate diagnosis and prognosis now, as well as increasing quality of life for people living with a dementia diagnosis. And finally, our last goal aims at addressing the issue of limited research capacity within critical areas of key importance to the program, which includes military health, women's health, and dementia care. To address these goals, the program solicits research through 3 funding opportunities targeted at transforming care, diagnosis, and research. Finally, all clinical research supported by the program must include a plan for collaboration with the affected community to strengthen impact of the research and ensure outcomes and measures are culturally acceptable. Key accomplishments toward the strategic goals of the program are included on the following slides. First, we have the clinical evaluation of the REACH HOPE intervention, which combines the REACH VA's behavioral education and support intervention, along with the Department of Defense's virtual Hope Box information and resources app. And together, these tools create a tailored telehealth intervention with one-on-one coaching and personalized digital support that leverages interventions with demonstrated success and efficacy in their target agencies. So the primary goal of this project is to establish a cross-agency intervention to reduce caregiver burden, depression, anxiety, while maximizing caregiver confidence. And this intervention will be so beneficial, particularly for service members who are adult child caregivers of individuals with dementia, many of whom are veterans themselves. In the area of diagnostics, the program has supported the development of a highly scalable and cost-effective home-based sampling and testing solution for early detection and monitoring of those blood-based biomarkers that we heard about earlier. The Griffin out-of-hospital sampling and testing systems, or GHOST for short, combines home-based finger prick blood collection with high-sensitivity immunoassays for time-based blood biomarker detection, which will greatly increase convenience for biomarker monitoring, not having to go into a separate place to receive those blood collections. The program has also supported research assessing dementia risk in veterans and examining racial disparities as they relate to vulnerability to AD. Together, these studies describe the interconnection of military risk factors, social determinants of health, and other environmental factors, sex, race, and ethnicity on the risk of dementia among older adults. Key findings supported that veterans living in neighborhoods categorized as disadvantaged by the Area Deprivation Index showed a significantly increased risk of developing Alzheimer's. Furthermore, vulnerability to hypertension was identified as the most powerful contributor to AD-ADRD risk in Black Americans versus white Americans. Additional research from these teams will support evaluating dementia risk for American Indian and Alaska Native populations with a history of military service. Importantly, this work will engage the American Indian and Native Alaskan communities for dissemination of results, recommendations, and community priorities for future interventions, ultimately aimed at reducing risk of developing ADRD or dementia for this population. And that is my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Melissa. And we're going to switch gears a little bit, shifting more to a clinical focus. So I'll turn things over to Dr. Sherry Lang with CMS.
Terrific, thank you. And again, it's a pleasure to meet all of the new members. If we could have the first slide, and given the limited time, I've included some of this important background information that you can go back. Oh, thank you. And review, but just to give you broad strokes as a reminder of CMS authorities and the scope and reach of the agency. So just briefly, CMS Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, there's only one M, although we have Medicare, Medicaid, and dual populations who we serve, as well as work through coverage through Marketplace. So CMS remains the largest payer for healthcare services globally, and the coverage has continued to expand over time with, by and large, serving older adults. 80% of Medicare beneficiaries are over the age of 65. That means also, though, that Medicare serves people who are under 65 who come into the benefit by way of disability, end-stage renal disease, and the like. So there are also individuals who age into Medicare as well as are dually eligible for both Medicare and Medicaid, which has some financial restrictions. And these are the numbers of the people who we serve across our programs. But importantly, I want to highlight this snapshot. This is a cross-sectional snapshot from our original Medicare program in 2023, just to delineate and explain the complexity of the population that is becoming increasingly complex over time. So the small arrow actually points to the line that represents those with a diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. What appears in the light blue, however, is the percentage of the population that has just dementia. And as you go more towards the right, we have people who have one or two other conditions displayed in yellow. The beige is 3 to 4 other conditions, and the darker blue is those in the population that have 5 or more conditions in addition to the diagnosis of dementia. So when we think of and implement the authorities, the statutory authorities vested in CMS and in Medicare, we think of the population of people who we're serving, many of whom either have or will develop dementia, but also have complexity because they actually are living with other conditions in addition to dementia. And this is just a laundry list, if you will, of some of the care I will share. These slides are going to be publicly available. And happy to dive in and provide more information on anything that I mention here. These are just some of the services that are used by older adults that are helpful, that may be helpful to people living with dementia and also their caregivers. Being that CMS's primary role over time has been one of payer, we use the payer lens and authority to develop a cognitive assessment code that also requires care planning, and this code has been in use now. What it is intended to do is support a evaluation or a screening, if you will, including the use of a tool. We do not specify a specific tool, but in our rules often point to resources such as the NIH toolbox because those resources are kept up to date. This is in addition to the annual wellness visit that is a preventive health services that also supports cognitive assessment of the entire individual with a preventive health authority, but does not require the use of a tool, because that preventive health visit is meant to capture all prevention relevant to the individual before the clinician. Being that CMS also has been moving away from a volume-delivered health system towards one that is more value-focused and value-based, we must also address quality of healthcare services, and therefore the development of quality measures that not only assess quality of care delivered to people living with a diagnosis of dementia, but also that would encourage earlier detection. So we've included these quality measures in our quality reporting programs for clinicians involved in the merit-based incentive program that incurs a financial incentive, if you will, whether it's a bonus, and currently if you don't report and participate in the program writ large, there's a financial penalty. I will flag there are two improvement opportunities that really point to activities that clinicians can engage that demonstrate improvement in their practice and how they identify cognitive impairment over time in the population they serve, and also help support them in delineating what their goals of care are and mapping out a care plan that is informed by those preferences and goals. I will say that it's difficult to delineate what happens in 2025 versus 2026. Some of this work has been ongoing over the years, but I will just mention a couple of things just to illustrate how CMS works. So supporting Goal 1, prevent and effectively treat Alzheimer's disease and related dementias by 2025. So we are continuing to work on this through our National Coverage Authority. Again, this is a statutory program that must serve Medicare beneficiaries and builds on the evidence that is developed and applied to these policies in support of the access to monoclonal antibodies. Several, as we've heard from Dr. Hodis and others this morning, by way of coverage with evidence development. And why that is a national coverage determination in and of itself, it is important because CED is utilized where there's evidence that's promising but not definitive as it applies to the Medicare population. So being able to match up what do Medicare beneficiaries look like as exemplified by the graph I showed earlier is important in providing the evidence to get to yes and full coverage. There have been 4 such studies approved. They are all continuing to accrue by including support of 2 registries that are growing over time. I will also mention, though, that in the Goal 2 support, enhancing care quality and efficiency, there are 2 notable actions that CMS has taken. One is the GUIDE model, Guiding an Improved Dementia Care Experience model by the Innovation Center, and I'll speak a little bit more about that, but also wanted to flag that CMS has a quality reporting program that incentivizes hospitals and other post-acute care providers to report on quality, and in the age-friendly major that is based on attestation that has been finalized and will continue in the quality reporting program for hospitals, that age-friendly measure includes encouragement of assessment of cognition, and in fact specifically mentions delirium, detection, screening, management, because that risk is so much higher in people who have dementia, and also can result in long-standing cognitive impairment requiring additional care and services. So with regards to the guide model, the purpose of the guide model, and let me just pause to mention, the guide model was informed by a variety of additional model tests or pilots under the Healthcare Innovations Awards supported by the Innovation Center, but importantly built on the work that was done by our partners at NIH and also the Agency for Healthcare Research over time. This model really puts together coordinated care, so care coordination and management, caregiver support and education, and also respite services. So therein, meeting needs of what we have heard that both our people living with Alzheimer's and also their caregivers could really utilize this type of help. And over time, this program initially started out with those practices and systems that were accustomed to providing high-quality dementia care, but really started to encourage participation by new entries across the nation. We now can say we have models and participants, that is the providers of care and services, that serve beneficiaries and patients across all 50 states. They do so a little bit differently across the states, but the point is that it is available and it's being done, and we're learning a tremendous amount and expect to have quarterly reports that will be publicly available during 2026. With regards to supporting people who have long-term care and service needs, CMS continues to support the long-standing PACE efforts, Program for All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly, many of whom have cognitive impairment or dementia, and also by way of dementia being qualifying conditions for special needs plans, which CSNPs are part of the Medicare Advantage plan. And these, again, provide access to highly coordinated care and services. The links are as provided. Now, in looking forward, the guide model will continue, and remember that the guide model under the CMMI's authority must test care and payment models that will either improve quality of care, reduce costs, preferably both, and those are criteria required to scale. We're continuing with our work in the age-friendly space, supporting the development of additional quality measures for inpatient quality reporting, but also all 26 quality reporting programs that CMS has authority to support. Again, we are definitely learning and partnering across our federal family and also with our new members to use all the authorities that we have to really drive towards better care that really will deliver to better health outcomes that are meaningful for the people we serve. Again, really an honor, and we'll look forward to working with you all. Over.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Does everybody have all that? Got all that? That is a lot to digest, but it really leads me back while I was listening to our new federal agency partners and the existing partners that we have that have been here, is we're pivoting to early detection, early diagnosis, risk reduction, conversations that when I began in the Alzheimer's space, we really couldn't have. So the word that keeps bubbling up for me is hope. So I hope that you all are feeling very hopeful and engaged as we listen to our federal partners. It is so exciting to think about that. And I really invite all of you to consider signing up for the virtual summit. I think that will be very exciting. There'll be many more opportunities like that. And then I'm going to invite you also to do some Q&A. So while we're doing lunch, while we're breaking, and these federal agencies are here, and you have all of these lead experts around, for all of our new members, I just suggest you take some time, meet with some of these experts, get time to know them, exchange phone numbers. The networking, I think, will be incredibly important. So just a couple of housekeeping items. Again, thank you, and thank you to Secretary Kennedy. Thank you. I get to work really closely with Mary Lazare and other partners. Thank you to Cindy. Thank you to Helen. Thank you to Maria for helping stand up this meeting, and with government shutdowns and everything else going on. It was a long time coming, and I'm deeply, deeply appreciative of being here today. So just a couple of things. Federal members and members of the audience and others, we can get lunch at the 8th floor cafeteria or out at Potbelly nearby. If you leave the building, please make sure to take your ID because you'll need it when you get back through security. For us, the non-federal advisory council members will be doing a training in room 800. It's mandatory. It's an ethics training, so we will need to be there. But otherwise, we're just going to break for a bit, and like I said, please make the time useful for Q&A and just exchanging numbers and all the rest. Thank you so much.
Visitors, you cannot wander the building, turns out. So a number of our HHS and ASPE colleagues are in the hallway, so just make sure if you go up and down the elevators that you are with somebody from ASPE or from HHS. Thank you. Feds, you're good.
So I can do 10 minutes now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
we're reconvening at 1:45 sharp, so please be back.
Thank you. Thank you for asking that.
Good
Sorry
question.
I didn't mention.
If you ordered lunch, it's up in room 800, which is on the penthouse level.
All right, everyone, if we could begin to take our seats. Okay, welcome back.
Sorry, that's my bad.
Got it? Okay. I was echoing there for a second. Welcome back, everyone. And I know we got to hear a lot this morning, right? Does everybody feel like there is a lot going on in this space? Yes. So I am so grateful again to hear all of our federal agencies. We got introductions around the table from our non-federal members and our federal members. I want to switch it up a little bit on you because we have a distinguished member. He is a member of the council, the past council, and the only returning member, I believe. I'm going to read his bio to you, and then he's going to do a presentation because what we wanted to do was leave some space in the conversation, and I want you all to know, I want to rest assured members, we are going to get time for dialogue and conversation because we are not going to leave this building today, I promise you. It's a long meeting. It's our first meeting as new members. It's the first meeting of the year, so there's a lot to digest, a lot of good work that we needed to hear from all of the infrastructure and spaces. So wanted to get that done, make sure we get, and then we got our ethics training, so all good things. But I wanted to leave space for innovation. And when I use the word innovation, it's just a generic term for anything novel, innovative, out of the ordinary in our usual conversations about Alzheimer's and related dementia. And I thought it would be really neat, we thought it would be really, really neat to start with our returning member, Dr. Randy Bateman. Just listening to him talk, the first time I got to talk to him on the phone, it's not just what you're going to hear, the science of him, but the heart and passion that he brings to this is just infectious. I am so grateful and honored to be serving with a clinician and a scientist like Dr. Randy Bateman. So I'm just going to read you his bio very quickly. Dr. Randy Bateman is the Charles F. and Joanne Knight Distinguished Professor of Neurology, Director of the Dominantly Inherited Alzheimer's Network, or DIAN, Director of the DIAN Trials Unit, DIAN 2, Principal Investigator of the Bateman Lab, and Director of the Tracy Family Stable Isotope Labeling Quantitation Center for Neurodegenerative Biology. That is a mouthful. Dr. Bateman's research focuses on the pathophysiology and development of improved diagnostics and treatments of Alzheimer's disease. Dr. Bateman treats patients with dementia at the Memory Diagnostic Center of Washington University. Dr. Bateman is a productive innovator with 47 active or pending patents, has established multiple research consortiums, and established the Silk Center to further advance in neurodegeneration and aging by utilizing precise measures of neurodegenerative proteins and their production, transport, and clearance in health and disease. He's been a member of the Advisory Council since 2021. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Randy Bateman.
Thank you for, thank you for the very kind and gracious welcome back. It's good to be back here and with a new crew. I'm really looking forward to the next 4 years and what we're going to accomplish. I wanted to take the opportunity to share some good news of what's happened over the past 10 years and to point to what I think is likely to happen over the next 4 years of our service in Napa. And so I'm going to cover 3 major domains. One is going to be on Alzheimer's disease and diagnostic testing and where we're at in terms of blood tests and simple diagnostic tests. I'm going to focus on what's coming next, and I think that's going to be how we can substantially stop this disease through prevention. And I'm going to end on a forward-looking statement and vision of how I think the latest generation of artificial intelligence will transform everything we do in science and medicine. I want to start with a base foundation here. What is the challenge? What is Alzheimer's disease? Most of us are very familiar with Alzheimer's disease. We've worked with it very closely over many years, decades. And still today, we don't have a definitive way to absolutely stop the disease. We have made progress. We've made progress in being able to deliver some of the first disease-modifying treatments that change the course of Alzheimer's disease for the first time in human history. We've made other progress, but there are still fundamental things we don't understand about this disease. And these fundamental things are clues. One of the biggest risk factors for Alzheimer's disease is aging itself. And I believe that some of the things that drive Alzheimer's disease is the aging process of the human brain. And so that if we really want to understand the fundamental risk that causes Alzheimer's disease and other age-related neurodegenerations, we need to begin to understand the aging process in the human brain. Alzheimer's disease has been known for over 100 years. During this time, as I said, we've recently been making breakthroughs, but for a long time, there was little progress being made. It wasn't until the 70s when it was realized that Alzheimer's disease was a common disease of aging people. And then in the 1980s, when the first proteins of the Alzheimer's pathology were described in amyloid plaques and tau tangles. The 1990s brought about genetic insights that led to the molecular biological revolution that led to the ability to develop treatments targeting these pathologies. And then it would take another 20 years of development from those discoveries to lead to some of the first treatments that could actually halt and reverse the pathology of Alzheimer's disease that would subsequently lead to the clinical evidence and proof that we could change the course of this disease. The NIH has supported research over many decades in Alzheimer's disease, and one of these research studies is the Dominantly Inherited Alzheimer's Network shown here. You can see the red and blue pins throughout North and South America, Europe, Asia, and Australia. These are medical centers working on Alzheimer's disease, studying a very rare form of Alzheimer's called dominantly inherited Alzheimer's. This is a familial disease. A mutation in the family causes disease in about half the family members, and they get it at a very young age, in their 30s, 40s, and 50s typically. They dement and die like people with Alzheimer's do, but tragically at a very high prevalence within that family. It does offer the opportunity, however, to study the disease in an exquisite way because we can predict when they will get sick. We can monitor how it changes over time. And I don't know if yeah, there we go. The years are counting up, and you see on the left-hand side, these are amyloid plaques on a PET scan. And on the top, these are the counters going down to the year of first symptom onset. And so right when we reach 0, the first symptoms begin. And what you'll notice as that plays through again, you will see that starting 20 years before the first amyloid plaques begin to develop in the brains of these people. So that's on the left and on the top. And notice as the ticker goes on, the amyloid plaques slowly and steadily build up, but no changes in metabolism or atrophy in the middle and the bottom right until about 5 to 7 years before symptoms. And right at symptom onset, right now, the amyloid plaques are fully established and other processes are taking on. We now know that those other processes include tau tangles, cell death, and neuron loss. Using this information that was discovered through public research, scientists discovered biomolecular signatures that allowed us to track the plaques, not just in PET scans and cerebrospinal fluid, but now in blood. And so here's some data from my lab showing that the phosphorylation of tau at 217 correlates very closely with the development of amyloid plaques. And so now a single blood test has accuracies upwards of 90 to 95% accurate for identifying amyloid plaques, and that's shown on the right-hand side. More recent developments have discovered different kinds of biomarkers. This is tau microtubule binding region 243. That's a mouthful. We use these complex terms and numbers to refer very specifically to the exact atoms and molecules that change in Alzheimer's disease that we can now detect in blood. So tau tangles, which previously were only measurable through PET scans and at the time of death, we can now track with a single blood test, again with very high accuracies of about 90% in a blood test. So how are these scientific advances that we're making in biomarkers, clinical treatments, how are we applying them right now in the clinics for our patients, and how are they likely to be applied in the future, including treatment, but also prevention? So shown here are some reports showing highly accurate Alzheimer's disease blood tests are clinically available now. These reports demonstrate that compared to the standard CSF and PET scans, these blood tests can be just as accurate, if not more accurate in some comparisons. And they can be used in primary care clinics, even beyond the specialty clinics like mine that we typically are involved in. The specialty clinics are using these tests more and more. Shown here, dating back to 2021, is our clinic at Washington University in St. Louis. And you can see in blue, we pretty much only did cerebrospinal fluid diagnostic testing, and at a fairly low amount. So most people in 2021 did not have the benefit of accurate biomarker-informed diagnostic testing. In 2022, as blood tests became available in the clinic, you see in red the blood tests were taken up by the clinic. And then in 2023, with the advent of treatments where we had a strong reason to accurately diagnose people before putting them on treatments, you can see the number of tests, both CSF and blood tests, dramatically increased. And then with coverage of amyloid PET scans, shown in gray in 2024, you can see those tests increasing. So in the clinics over the past few years, we have changed how the practice of medicine about how we diagnose patients. A specialty clinic like ours might get 70 to 80%, some of the best ratings in the world. Primary care physicians are about 50% accurate. And these tests can drive us to over 90% accuracy. This is a transformative change that has occurred in the clinic. What does this mean for how we treat people and how we follow people over time? Shown here are the results of several trials of anti-amyloid drugs showing that those that reduce the amount of amyloid plaques rapidly to near normal are the ones that have clinical benefit demonstrated in their phase 3 clinical trials. These disease-modifying treatments change the course. You see the two lines separating it out over time, and so people who are on placebo don't do as well as people who are treated with these anti-amyloid drugs in a clinical progression scale that matters to patients, family members, and their caring doctors. The translation from Alzheimer's disease treatment to prevention trials may be coming very soon. In fact, it may be within the next few years. A precursor or a sentinel study may be these families who have the mutations. Back in 2012, with the support of the National Institute on Aging, we launched the first Alzheimer's disease prevention trial in dominantly inherited Alzheimer's disease family members. At that time, we did not know which treatment was going to be most effective. We did not know if it would work. We launched with 2 different drug programs that went on, and after the results of that initial trial were read out in 2019, we switched to the one that was lowering amyloid plaques and normalizing some of the biomarkers, an antibody called gantenerumab, which removes amyloid plaques. That study was extended for another 2 to 3 years in an open label extension, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about that study now. And these individuals who were treated for nearly 10 years over the time period, who were destined to get Alzheimer's disease, and those who were treated the longest, the people who started on gantenerumab from the beginning, who had no symptoms at the time, and continued on that trial, our latest readout of that drug as we ended it was that they would have approximately a 50% reduction in their risk of having an onset of symptoms of dementia. So half of the people who were expected to go on to have the onset of dementia did not, compared to controls. That means the world to these people who are otherwise destined to have the disease. And here is a report of the actual findings of that trial. This report is the direct readout of the statistical analysis plan. And when you analyze that magnitude of effect, the question that people have is 50% sounds impressive, good, but what does that mean for an individual? And when you model it out, what it could mean is that these individuals could have 5 to 15 years of dementia-free life. And that's something an individual patient and family can understand, that is important to them. And then the question is this going to predict something like what we could see for sporadic Alzheimer's disease? And to help answer this question, we've continued the study in what's called the DIAN-2 amyloid removal trial, because we've switched from using the previous gantenerumab, which is no longer in development, to lecanemab, which is approved. And we're continuing to treat these individuals and follow them because they're now all at that age of onset when they should be having dementia, but many do not. And so we're going to continue this study for at least another 5 years to determine how long and what is the magnitude of effect that these people will have over time. So the trial launched in 2024. We're in the first year. It's fully enrolled. These people continue on the study. Recently, there was a CBS morning special on one of these individuals who ended up, due to the success so far and not having dementia, they actually decided to have a child. They were that optimistic about the future. And so it is changing these people's lives in a substantial way. And I just want to point out that in medicine, we will periodically have major breakthroughs in our approach of what we can do for our patients. And some 30 years ago, people who had hypercholesterolemia due to a familial mutation might die of a heart attack or stroke in their 30s, 40s, or 50s. My uncle was one of those individuals. He died at 33 of a massive heart attack. My other uncle, his younger brother, has been on anti-amyloid treatments for an extended period of time and is now a retired lawyer in his 70s because they were able to lower the cholesterol in these individuals. And shown on this slide on the top, you can see the cholesterol deposits in these individuals even in their 30s. And if we treat them with strong cholesterol-lowering medications, they can be prevented from having heart attacks and strokes. And similarly, if we can lower the amyloid loads, prevent the tauopathy, or treat the tauopathy, we may be able to prevent Alzheimer's disease in this population of people with these mutations, but also potentially for the rest of us. So how will we solve this fundamental problem of how aging, brain aging itself, causes Alzheimer's and other neurodegenerative problems? To that end, we believe we can leverage some of the latest scientific advancements of artificial intelligence to make breakthroughs that otherwise would be difficult, if not impossible. And one of the recent organizations that we and other stakeholders have formed is called the Consortia for Biomedical Research and Artificial Intelligence in Neurodegeneration. Cleverly, we coined the term C-brain so that it would be easier to say than the full title. Shown here is a QR code to the website, and what we're trying to solve is the challenge we're having that we're generating petabytes of data, incredibly complex biological information that's not feasible or possible for humans to fully understand. And so we're going to augment our approach by adding to the approach that we're taking AI systems that can comprehend that much data and can decipher it in a way to lead to biological insights about what is it about the aging brain that leads to these neurodegenerative diseases. What can we do to help prevent, slow down, or stop the disease? And so today, the way we currently do it is it takes several decades to train researchers like us. There are too few of us, and there's too much knowledge to handle. And so the breakthrough of generative AI, deep neural nets, and the capability of learning and understanding information promises to help us pass this huge energy barrier that we face. We need to engage the biomedical research scientists that are the experts and leaders in the world in this field, bring them together with the AI researchers who know how to build these systems and implement them in effective ways, and establish and grow a consortium of us that allows us to lead forward on how to make breakthroughs in our fundamental understanding of brain aging and neurodegeneration. To this end, the members are shown on this slide in this table, and you can see it's a group of academic biomedical researchers, AI researchers, pharma and biotech has come forward and joined with contributions of data sets and support, and major support from our philanthropic members. So with that, I will wrap up and just encourage everybody, if you're interested in this initiative, please join us at the website, cbrain.org, shown here on the QR code, and indicate that this process of NAPA, of bringing together the information, bringing together the federal agencies, the other stakeholders who are all together in the fight against Alzheimer's, that it's this process that helps us lead to success, that has led to some of the foundational changes over the past 10 years, and that promises to continue to do so over the next 10 years. So I want to again just recognize this moment in history where we've made such incredible progress against this disease, and hope to point to the future with a promise that we will continue this advancement until we can end the disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bateman. I'm still absorbing, so thank you so much. I'm sure all of you are too. We have time for 1 or 2 questions for Dr. Bateman. He may have left us all speechless.
Just not a question, but Randy, that was a great presentation and an example, an inspirational one of the kind of science that's being supported. But just another dimension of the project, Randy, if you don't mind my sharing. The Diane Consortium, as you saw, is made up of participants, families of affected individuals who have an autosomally dominant disease. Every year at annual meetings, AIC, these families come together from all over the world. And I share this because one of the most emotional experiences that I've had is participating there, seeing those families, some of whom have decided they want to know whether they carry the gene or not, whether their children will carry or not, to see them interacting in the most profound and respectful way with investigators. If anyone needs more inspiration and hope, it's by exposure to that kind of meeting. So, Randy, I congratulate not just on the science, but in the incredibly inspiring partnership that you've had with the populations who are participating in this research.
Okay, thank you.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you, sir. I'm going to hand it back to Maria because we're going to pivot back to the federal agencies who are going to give us their updates.
Thank you, Michelle. We are going to kick things off with Aaron Long and ACL.
Am I doing something wrong? Which one am I supposed to click? I'm clicking them all. Maybe I'm going the wrong, oh, you know what, maybe I did, maybe that. Sorry. That's okay. Sometimes I get sleepy. Magic touch. Okay. I'm super excited to be here and tell you about all the good work that we've been doing at the Administration for Community Living. The first thing I want to do, though, is I suspect that some folks aren't familiar with the Administration for Community Living. The Administration for Community Living is one of the operating divisions within the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. We were founded in 2012, when they brought together aging and disability. Our founding principle is that people with disabilities and older adults should be able to live where they choose, with the people that they choose, and participate in their communities. I work within, and all of our Alzheimer's programs that we have are run out of the Administration on Aging. The Administration on Aging is established under the Older Americans Act, which was actually passed in 1965 along with Medicare, Medicaid, and it was, the act was founded with the Medicare and Medicaid, and actually it's reauthorized every 5 years. The last time it was reauthorized was in 2020. And what the Older Americans Act does is authorizes a wide range of programs and services that help older adults to age in place. You probably don't know, but it's your Meals on Wheels, it's home delivered meals, it's all those home and community-based services, the congregate meals, nutrition. We have something called the Nutrition Services Incentive Program. We have, someone mentioned the National Family Caregiver Support Program. All of our tribal programs, we call it Title VI. There's long-term care ombudsmen, those folks that help in the nursing homes, and the elder abuse, neglect, and exploitation programs. I did want to give you just a sort of snapshot of the Aging Network. That's what we call all of the entities that we fund and that deliver Older Americans Act authorized services. And I mean, I'm not going to go through it all, but it's those state units on aging. It is tribal organizations. It's those area agencies. Different places call it different things. Some call it councils on aging. It just depends on where you are, what your state, how your state sets it up. But it serves, so we're basically helping up as much as 14.6 million seniors, so 1 in 6 seniors, to remain in their homes through low-cost community-based services. One of the data points that always astounds me is that for every $1 the government puts in, we get $3 back in between the services that when bringing volunteers and so for the folks that look for ROI, Older Americans Act, serious ROI. We at the bottom of the pyramid there, you would see if it wasn't so small, you would see that we serve 250 million meals each year, or we have served 250 million meals, 3.3 million hours of case management, 23.8 million hours of personal care and other services, and 7.1 million hours of respite. And I would just say that those numbers aren't necessarily all people living with dementia, but there is a vein of dementia through every single service that the Older Americans Act funds. So the programs that we have in terms of Alzheimer's disease, we've been providing Alzheimer's related programs since 1992. It started with states, and over the years it's evolved. Most recently in 2018, our programs evolved to be called the Alzheimer's Disease Program Initiative. But just our core program requirements are to improve and expand strength-based, person-centered care for people living with dementia and their caregivers, support paid and unpaid caregivers through the provision of education, training, and tools, delivery of dementia-specific, evidence-based, and evidence-informed interventions to support people with dementia and their caregivers to remain in their communities. And through all of our programs also, we have very robust evaluation requirements so that we can demonstrate the impact of our programs, which is a really hard thing to do with any program. We do have multiple variables or multiple programs in our suite of programs. At the core of our program of ADPI is our state, community, and tribal grants. And they are designed essentially we've targeted 3 audiences. We let the communities identify the needs, but our community grantees are targeting supporting people living alone with dementia. We have a significant portion of our programs are focused on or our work is on people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and dementia, and then also just supporting caregivers, providing consultations and behavioral training in the behavioral symptom management. So that's our core program. We also are sponsors of the National Alzheimer's and Dementia Resource Center. So when you get the slides, if you haven't visited our resource center in the past, I like to think it's good. One of the unique things that we do there is when our grantees create good stuff, we put it on there so that everybody can benefit from it. So whether it's innovative programs, tools, training, just papers they've written, they're all housed on. We have a wonderful webinar series that we reach about 10,000 people just in terms of registration for those webinars on a variety of topics that are identified by the communities and are supported by the work that we fund. Those webinars are also hosted by the Resource Center. A couple years ago, we started funding dementia-specific respite programs that is actually funded through the Alzheimer's Association, and it's $5 million a year. 80% of that money goes to sub-grants to get community-based organizations to create innovative interventions to support people remaining in their communities and create models of respite that are translatable and can be scaled up. We also support the Alzheimer's Association's National Call Center. We give them $2 million a year. And this year, everybody is very aware that there's workforce challenges out there. So this year we funded a new program that was just funded in September of 2025, and that's our Developing Dementia-Capable Community Health Workers and infusing them into the Aging Network. So we're excited about that. We're really new into it, but we're very optimistic on what will come of that work. Just so that you can get a sense of where our programs have touched, this is just a map of the different states. Everything that's in blue are the states that we've funded since 2014, and then there's a list on the side of the different types of organizations that we have funded in terms of area agencies, universities, disability service providers, just a very broad range of providers that can have an impact in keeping people in their homes and communities, but also the little icons that are throughout show that we are creating resources and services that are culturally competent and designed to meet people where they are, whether it's African Americans, rural populations, people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We're really doing our best for the communities to identify the need, and then we help them create resources to support. This is just a snapshot of our NADRC webpage. That's where there's over 300 resources that are located there. So we've been doing this work for a very long time, but last year we commissioned a paper to sort of demonstrate the impact of our programs, and so our contractor was able to do a survey of all of our all of our previous grantees, and then realizing that what they realized with the research was that 98% of our grantees sustained some or all of the activities that we funded. 85% of those sustained activities are actually still being delivered 1 to 8 years later. 70% of the grantees expanded one or more of the activities, so they built upon what we funded them to start, we're very proud of that. When they start these programs, they start with sustainability at the front, so that, and that drives their evaluation criteria, so that they have the data to go to the outside of their federal funding. We don't fund things over and over. So we give it to them, and then they need to find other ways to fund it, so that we help them get the data, and they're funding sustaining their activities through philanthropy, state funds, other Older Americans Act programs, and then just their organizational budgets. But that paper also is located on the NADRC website. This is just a plug for, we have a webinar this week, actually, and it's going to have some experts on IDD and dementia, intellectual and developmental disabilities and dementia, and it's on increasing the need for dementia care and support with people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and dementia, and they're going to talk about our successes in serving that population. So there's a link there on how to register it. We also have one coming up soon on food insecurity and people living with dementia, one on homelessness and housing insecure people with dementia, and then bridging healthcare and social services for people living with dementia. So now I'm just going to go through the next few slides are going to talk about some other caregiving programs that we have at ACL and provide a little insight into the number of our ongoing initiatives. But keep in mind that this is only scratching the surface. Much of what we do at ACL is connecting to caregivers. So we're home to the national strategy for caregivers. In 2018, the Recognize, Assist, Include, Support, Engage Act, the RAISE Act, became law, and it directed for the development of a national family caregiving strategy. In 2022, the first strategy to support family caregivers was created and delivered. They're actually in the process now of updating that strategy, but just a snapshot of that is there's two councils. There's the Raise Council, and then there's the Supporting Grandparents Raising Grandchildren Council, and both of those councils are working towards achieving the 5 goals, which include increasing awareness and outreach on caregiving, advancing partnership and engagements in caregiving, strengthening services and supports, ensuring financial and workplace security, and expanding data, research, and evidence-based practices. ACL is leading the implementation of the national strategy to support family caregivers, and it's being updated. Another component of that national strategy is our state implementation grant program, and that is essentially state units providing resources to state units to develop, test, and scale models that implement commitments and recommendations that were included in the national strategies. So far, they're cross-fertilizing departments, caregiving across the lifespan, grand families and supporting grand families and kinship focus, elevating caregiver issues to governors and state legislatures, and developing disabilities interventions. There are actually presently 9 states that are funded. They've had 2 rounds of funding for that. Another long-term program that we have at ACL is the Lifespan Respite Program, and they basically are supporting the coordinated state systems providing planned and emergency respite care for family caregivers across the lifespan. And as I noted before, people living with dementia and their caregivers they would be a part of the eligible community for benefiting from those grants, from those programs. A number of years back, we created the Community Care Corps, which is focused on training and getting interventions for volunteers. The Oasis Institute has partnered with US Aging Caregiver Action Network and Alterum to foster the development of innovative local programs that provide volunteer non-medical assistance to family caregivers, older adults, and individuals with disabilities, helping them maintain their independence in their communities. They have, over the course of that program, they have funded in 41 states and U.S. territories, serving 47,000 people with 16,000 volunteers, providing 439,739 hours of service, estimated at a value of $14.25 million. Another one of our central programs is our person-centered trauma-informed supportive services for Holocaust survivors program. This program is improving the national capacity to deliver person-centered trauma-informed services to Holocaust survivors and older adults with histories of trauma and their caregivers. And we've definitely, my font is too small, so I can't see the numbers, but since this has been in place since 2015, this is another one of those programs that is, we give a money to the grantee, and then they do sub-grants to other organizations to get services into the communities. And this one has evolved over time to really be focused on that person-centered trauma-informed care. And with that, I'm finished.
Thank you so much, Erin, and I have a fondness for ACL, so thank you so much. It's a small but mighty agency doing incredible work. As one of the state units on aging, just thank you for all the support and everything you do for us.
Thank you. We love Florida, too.
All right, now we will turn things over to Dr. Joan Weiss with HRSA.
Thank you. That was great. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Joan Weiss. I'm the acting director in the Division of Medicine and Dentistry at the Health Resources and Services Administration. And I'm going to give you an update today on our geriatrics programs. But first, I'm going to tell you a little bit about HRSA and a little bit about our bureau, and then get into our geriatrics programs. So the Health Resources and Services Administration's vision is healthy communities, healthy people. And our mission is to improve health outcomes through access to quality services, a skilled health workforce, that's our area, and innovative high-value programs. And the goal is to support and empower existing healthcare systems, helping communities serve their own people with long-term, cost-effective outcomes. So if you look at the title, 2 words should stick out: resources and services. So part of the agency is focused on providing services to communities. Programs I'm sure you probably heard of: federally qualified health centers, federally qualified health center lookalikes, community health centers, Ryan White programs. So these are our services side. But you need resources to get the services out. So the Bureau of Health Workforce, where I work, is the resources piece. We train the workforce. We are focused on workforce development. So just a little aside. Now, these are our strategies for success. So we recruit individuals from the communities that we serve. We train them in rural and underserved communities. We enhance training for better health outcomes, and we distribute the workforce through our loan and scholarship programs and through our National Health Service Corps loan repayment programs. HRSA's workforce aims are to increase access to care. We want to make it easy for people to get the care that they need in their communities when they need it. We want to increase supply. We want to increase the number of healthcare providers and clinicians, and balance that supply of health workers with demand, getting them, distributing them to rural, underserved, tribal communities and other communities that do not have an oversupply of providers. And quality, we want to improve the quality of the health workforce and the care that they provide. So this slide, we switched our focus quite a few years ago from hospital-based training to community-based training. So we want to train, educate and train students in the pipeline at the undergraduate and graduate level and get them into service into these underserved rural and tribal populations. So now I'm going to talk about our Geriatrics Workforce Enhancement Program, which we call GWEP. The purpose of this program is to educate and train the healthcare and supportive care workforces to care for older adults. And by supportive care workforces, we mean the direct care workers, patients, families, and caregivers. We want to maximize patient and family engagement to address care gaps and improve health outcomes for older adults by integrating geriatrics and primary care and other specialties using the age-friendly health systems framework, which is what matters to the individual. It's 4 M's, what matters to the individual: medications, mentation, and mobility. So these are the objectives of the program: develop reciprocal partners between academia, primary care, site and delivery systems, and community-based organizations. So, like, you're probably saying, what are reciprocal partnerships? So reciprocal partnerships are when all the partners know what the other ones are doing. So for instance, we would have primary care practices send someone to a community-based organization, maybe to our colleagues in the administration and community living for Meals on Wheels, and then we would never know, like, did they get the service? Did they go? Didn't they go? So we set up these trainings so primary care would know what community-based organizations are doing, academia would know how to train both sets of partners, and it works really great because now when primary care sends patients for community-based services, they have that feedback loop. And what we found out is some patients take the service if it's covered under insurance. Others may pay out of pocket depending on how expensive it is, and yet a third group won't take it because it's too expensive. And that was really valuable information for us. So we want to transform clinical training environments into integrated geriatrics and primary care sites and delivery systems that are age-friendly and dementia-friendly. Provide interprofessional geriatrics clinical and didactic training. This is a statutory requirement. So all our trainings are interprofessional, team-based. And then we want grantees, we require that they establish and or maintain education and training programs in tribal organizations, underserved and rural primary care sites and delivery systems. This is another statutory requirement, and we call this TTOR for short. For our reciprocal partners with the 19 to 24 cohort, they developed over 3,000 partnerships between academia, primary care, and community-based organizations. In 2024, we had a new cohort and awarded 42 awards. That's 5 years from 24 to 28. Each award is up to $1 million each for each of the 5 years. So, the data is from the data I'm going to show you is from the 2019 to 2024 cohort. So what are our requirements regarding dementia training? And this happened really because of our work with NAPA Council. So we discussed things here, then we discussed them at the agency, and then we see where we can integrate this to train the workforce. So we want to take the research and have it delivered and trained to primary care providers. And then together between research, workforce development, we can influence policy. So all grantees must set aside $230,000 of their $1 million for ADRD, ADRD, and other mental health issue training, delirium, anxiety, depression, substance use, and opioid use disorders, and serious mental illness. They have to train on ways to risk-reduce chronic diseases, including dementia. They have to train on early detection, diagnosis, treatment, and management of dementia. And they have to treat primary care providers on how to enroll older adults in clinical trials. Really, the first step is teaching them what's available, how to identify patients to be in clinical trials. But because if they don't know about what's there and how to enroll them, they're not going to do it because they're really busy, like everybody else. So just some data, and this is from academic year 21 through 2024. This is on academic, didactic, and clinical courses. So they trained over 2,000, they developed or enhanced over 2,000 clinical and didactic courses, but they have a really large reach. They trained over 402 trainees. Of that, about 189,000 were healthcare professionals, but more interesting were the patients, families, and caregivers. There are more patients, families, and caregivers than healthcare professionals, and that just speaks to the need of patients, families, and caregivers to get dementia training on how to care for their person living with dementia. And then for CE, again, nearly 2,000 courses were developed. 805 of those were approved for CE, and again, over 400,000 were trainees were reached, with more patients, families, and caregivers than the healthcare workforce. And then faculty, if faculty don't know the content, they're not going to teach it. So one of the requirements of the grant is to teach faculty about Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. So faculty who were in training developed about 330 AD/ADR courses. They delivered it to over 23,000 individuals, and again, more patients, families, and caregivers than professionals. Then we have one other program, our Geriatrics Academic Career Awards program, and this program is to support the career development of junior faculty as academic geriatricians or academic specialists. So for dementia, they develop their own career development plan, but they are required as part of the grant to educate and train the healthcare workforce within the context of age-friendly framework to address dementia risk reduction. I can't see. Dementia across the disease trajectory, including training on dementia medications as they are appropriate for use, and nursing home care. We made 26 awards in 25, and they were about 92,000 each, but this year in 26, there'll be more because by statute they're required to have a cost of living allowance increase. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so
I
much.
just wanted to say we have 2 GWEPs in Florida since we have so many colleagues in Florida. One is at Jesse Trice Federally Qualified Health Center in Miami, and the other is at Florida State University in Tallahassee.
Yay, thank you. Thanks for sharing that.
Who do I give this to next, Helen?
Actually, CDC is going next, but they don't have slides.
Oh, okay.
Send it back up here. Oh, there are slides.
All right, thank you so much. We are going to now turn things over to the CDC. I believe Captain Fleetwood Lusto's on Zoom.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent, excellent, thank you. Thanks for that. I'm excited to be here today, and I'm 8 feet tall behind you if you need to turn around. It looks like on the screen there. So that is a scary rendition. It's my first time here with the group, and so I'm really excited to present the work of CDC. So many things. I'm relatively new to this area, new to this role as the acting principal deputy director, but have been in our center for about 20 years and know the work well, mainly in cardiovascular disease. And it's just amazing of how much overlap we have with our particular areas. I think I was particularly of interest as well when Dr. Bateman was talking about a lot of the work as well. I could just see so many interconnected points. But I spend about a day a week as well in a federally qualified health center locally, and it keeps me grounded, I would say, in a lot of the work that I talk about and that we do. And so I definitely appreciate that balance of being a researcher, being a manager, but also being able to be in the clinic and being able to see on a weekly basis really the patients, the struggles, the barriers, and the benefits of connecting those as well with the care and resources that we provide and that many of you provide as well. So I have had a few connection issues today, hearing people. So if there is that as well with me along the way, maybe somebody could raise their hand. I could go off camera if needed, as well, if that's related to some of the connection issues. But like many of you have expressed as well, I have a personal connection with Alzheimer's. My grandmother was diagnosed and went from a very vibrant individual to one that we had trouble recognizing in a lot of ways. And so a passion of mine as well, as many of you share. So our center is the Chronic Disease Center at CDC, and it touches a lot of these areas that we've talked about today. And also the promotion of a lot of the activities related to a healthy lifestyle, such as physical activity, healthy diet, and the prevention and management of hypertension and diabetes. And I really see our role as a center as one to facilitate, to support, to partner, and to lead in this area. Now, many of our subject matter experts in this area are currently on administrative leave related to reductions in force from the prior year, but our funded activities continue, and I'll take some time to review those activities and highlight some of the recent work that's been going on. And as several of the speakers have talked about today as well, this is just going to be a brief overview. There's so many activities that I've really begun to appreciate as well that are going on in this area that we support and that we partner with as well. The programs I'm going to talk about today really reflect 7 key priority areas to reduce dementia risk, to promote early assessment and diagnosis, to improve outcomes, to support caregivers, to educate the public and workforce, to drive population level data for decisions and actions, and to accelerate adoption of evidence-based strategies. So the 3 main areas that I'm going to talk about today are the public health programs to address Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, the BOLD program, where we have 43 state and local recipients of funding, also the BOLD public health centers, centers of excellence, the public health centers of excellence is how I'll describe them, and then the Healthy Brain Initiative. So I'll go into detail with each of those 3 activities, but we also have the National Partners Cooperative Agreement funded projects, which are 3 recipients that include the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials, the American Medical Association, and the National Association of Chronic Disease Directors. I will try as best I can as well to limit the number of acronyms. It is challenging along the way, but I will do it. The activities within those cooperative agreements mainly include better integration of community health workers, to provide training for healthcare workers, and to support communication and coordination activities. So the BOLD Award recipients, it's 43 state, local, territorial, and tribal recipients over a 5-year period, excuse me. And all recipients use the CDC's Healthy Brain Initiative State and Local Roadmap for Public Health and the Healthy Brain Initiative Roadmap for American Indian and Alaska Native peoples as guides to expand and improve the response to Alzheimer's disease and related dementias in their jurisdictions. The main activities that occur within these funded partners are to increase awareness and understanding among the general public and healthcare providers, to address Alzheimer's disease and related dementia topics corresponding to primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention, and to address social needs and non-medical factors that influence health. There's 2 main components of this particular area of funding. The first really, to me, speaks to the desire to increase capacity within state and territories related to this work. And so the component 1 aspect has 2 years of funding in areas where capacity building is needed. And then the remaining 3 years really focuses on the implementation of those activities. That includes about 13 awardees. Component 2 includes about 30 awardees and really has a jump start with those that already have capacity at that local level, but then initially funds the implementation activities across that 5-year period using strategic plans that are already in place. The second activity that I'll talk about is the Healthy Brain Initiative. It also includes 2 components or 2 phases. Component 1 had 1 recipient to develop and update CDC's roadmap, was the Alzheimer's Association, which was recently updated in 23 and provided guidance to state, local, and tribal governments. Component B funds recipients to develop products that will effectively communicate related messages within those populations with a high burden of Alzheimer's disease. And like I said before, and many before me, there are many activities that I could focus on within this particular area. And just to hit a few, with the amazing leadership of the Alzheimer's Association, we're excited about the new 2026 cohort of 16 awardees for the Healthy Brain Initiative and Roadmap Champion Program that will strengthen local and tribal public health capacity, and the upcoming second annual Healthy Brain Initiative Summit for state health departments that will be held in June in Chicago. There's also a number of partner promotion and training activities over the next several months from partners within this group, including the International Association of Indigenous Aging, the University of Illinois in Chicago, and Us Against Alzheimer's. The third area that I'll focus on is the Public Health Centers of Excellence. And this funds 3 recipients to identify, disseminate, and to promote best practices in one of the 3 topic areas: dementia risk reduction, early detection and management, and dementia caregiving. Each of these 3 partners work specifically to improve tools and resources that support implementation of Healthy Brain Initiative strategies. There's also a substantial amount of work in this area, and just to highlight a few from our partners, from the University of Minnesota and NYU Medical School, there's a number of activities supporting local communities, including educational webinars and virtual roundtables, and really serving as the bullhorn at national conferences to promote the work of the Centers of Excellence. And with the Alzheimer's Association, I'll also highlight the learning collaboratives to promote community action, where in 2026, 38 local and tribal health departments were selected to participate in the next 3 risk reduction learning collaboratives. These health departments will learn about dementia risk reduction and how to host a community convening using the toolkit from the Centers of Excellence. And lastly, I want to highlight the upcoming release of CDC's Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System data from 2025. It will be released in late summer or early fall of this year, and will include data on caregivers and cognitive decline. In 2025, 21 states and Puerto Rico included the cognitive decline module, and 31 states included the caregiver module. These data are made publicly available and can be used to guide programs and interventions. Thank you for allowing me to give a really brief overview of CDC's activities for today, and look forward to more conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very familiar. I quote the Healthy Brain Initiative often and much, and I entreat anyone to take a moment and look at the HBI and the Public Health Roadmap. There's just so much great information there. So thank you so much for everything. I appreciate you being here with us. And your 8-foot self behind us.
Thank you.
I just wanted to take a moment, because I think we all just need a couple minutes, because we're digesting a ton of information. I just want to reiterate, we're getting our baseline. We're baking in our infrastructure here and just getting the base of everything that all the federal agencies that touch this initiative. And it should, again, reassure you that so many do, and so intricately and so well. So I'm just grateful to hear. I'm learning so much. I thought I knew a lot, but there is so much more to know. So I want to again thank our federal agencies, but I just want to give us 5 minutes to just digest. We passed out some information that Dr. Bateman had on his screen that I thought, Helen and I both thought were just really incredibly helpful to look at the process by which the council works with the federal agencies and the public to engage and make some meaningful reports and advise Secretary and Congress. So look at that real quick, because I think it's a really good diagram, and take a minute, grab a cup of coffee. There is a little bit of coffee over there. Okay, if everybody could take their seats, we're going to get started in just one moment. We're keeping you at a tight deadline here. Trying to get everybody out on time. Okay.
All right, we are going to move into the last part of our federal agency roles and progress reports, and we're going to have Dr. Jolie Crowder start us off with IHS.
I am so glad we took a break, because all I could think about is 3 o'clock is when everybody's blood sugar drops, and then they're sitting here listening to talk about more facts and figures and those kinds of things. So I appreciate that and appreciate the coffee. Thank you so much. I got the operator button here. Do I? Maybe? Am I a little? Oh, got it. All right. I'm really excited to be here. Many of you know Dr. Bruce Fink, who was a representative for eons, it felt like, since the beginning of time. So I'm very excited. This is the second time I've represented the agency at one of these meetings. So like everyone else, all of my federal colleagues, just wanted to give folks a little bit of background about the agency. I feel like we're a little unique maybe, but we probably all do in our roles. So the Indian Health Service is the agency. We're a sub-agency of Health and Human Services. We're responsible for providing health services to American Indian and Alaska Native people across the country. We are a provider first, direct care and services. We also are a payer of sorts, and I'll talk a little bit about that system in a couple slides. So, the agency and the funding by Congress grew out of government-to-government relationships that were codified in the Constitution, treaties, laws, Supreme Court decisions, and executive orders that said the United States needed to make due on their promises and provide health for American Indian and Alaska Native communities in exchange for land and those types of things. So our mission is raising the physical, mental, social, and spiritual health of American Indians and Alaska Natives across the country. We really take that spiritual part it's very important to us in all the work that we do. Let me see, flip over. So about Indian Health Service, it doesn't sound as cool to say we're the 18th largest health system in the United States, but it feels pretty cool to be that system that is the 18th largest health system in the United States. We serve 2.8 million American Indian and Alaska Native people from 575 tribes. I was excited that the last one that made its way in was in Virginia, and I've watched that as a resident of Virginia. Those tribes exist in 37 states. We have a system that has 12 areas in 37 states, and even for the IHS facilities, care is very local. So you'll see a slide later that says culture is also local. So if you've seen one facility, largely you've seen one facility. We have a budget of about $5 billion, which sounds like a lot until you look at the number of people we serve and relative to the other agencies. Not my program. My program has a very little bit amount of money. So just a quick primer on what the ITU system is. So we talk about Indian Health Service, which is the federal agency, and there are 3 parts, and oftentimes you'll hear us talk about the ITU system or that acronym. Indian Health Service, so we have our own facilities, primary care clinics, hospitals, those types of things that we staff and fund with federal employees. And then we have tribally operated, so that's the T in that. And as of 2025, I think 65% of our budget goes to tribes to decide how to take care of their folks locally on their own. We also fund 41 urban Indian health organizations. That is a system and a program that's woefully underfunded, since 70% of American Indian and Alaska Native people no longer live on reservations in tribal communities, but doing the best we can with the funds that we get there. Typical services, maybe. I think when we first started as an agency, we were prevention and public health. You'll see we still, a lot of the money, a lot of our budget actually goes to sanitation. We have people who don't have running water. I think we had somebody from Alaska who came last year and spoke to the group. We have people without running water. We have many people who don't have paved roads. There are homes without electricity, and so some of our funds go to building that type of infrastructure in communities. In addition, we do all of those things plus dental services, nutrition. What's kind of cool about a lot of our clinics is it is all of those services in one many times. And so if you can get them in the door, then you can also get them to dental care and pharmacy in ways that you might not be able to do otherwise. On the right, you'll see a big part of our budget and funding goes to purchase and referred care program. Many people who are American Indian and Alaska Native don't look fondly upon this program because we often run out of funds and it's very restrictive purchasing. It means that if you can't, I don't have a neurologist in my system, my tribal system or the IHS system, then I will pay for you to go see a neurologist in another system. But if we run out of money, then we can't do that. So it becomes a very rationed situation of care. The tribes also have the ability to, once they receive funding and submit a plan, the tribes can offer other services. So you will often see in that whole notion of once you've seen one tribe, you've only seen one tribe. So you could walk into any clinic and get a different perspective on how those folks are providing that care. Our workforce is 14,000 employees. It should be, I think, 15 or 16,000. We've run about, I think at the peak of this year, it was 37% vacancy rate. Mostly in our clinical, in the clinic type roles because of a variety of reasons. So we are chronically understaffed, which creates a lot of challenges when you want to go talk about Alzheimer's and dementia, when they're dealing with triage and critical care type situations. We see a lot of patients in the work that we do. We do have hospitals, so we have some inpatient admissions and 14 million outpatient medical care visits as well. I've already touched on the challenge of recruiting and retaining healthcare staff. In every single area they exist. We have our own loan programs. We've tried to create infrastructure similar to what HRSA says, and it's still a challenge. It's always a challenge to convince somebody to go off the beaten path where there might not be electricity or water to serve those types of communities. And I've said it, in the cultural context, you've seen one tribe, you've seen one tribe. In the same way, if you've seen one facility, you've only seen one facility. So I encourage you in your communities to make connections, come visit. We have a meeting next month, come visit and meet the people from our communities as well. I'm actually not sure that this is necessarily unique, but the cultural significance of elders and tribal communities, I revered my grandparents. I think we all do, but I think in a way, in a perspective, that our communities view their elders, like we use that term, not in a pejorative way, is a little bit unique. And who we consider an elder isn't conveyed by age. It is sometimes the wisdom and experience. And that's often because their life expectancy is so much lower than that of the rest of the population. So I have a lot of color, I think, on my slides compared to the other folks, but not a lot of graphs. So we were funded. We got money the first time in 2021. It took about a year to get staffed up through 2022. We put some grants out pretty fast at the end of that year. I have, I think, a slide with our staff on here. We're a pretty small program, I think, relative to some other agencies and their funding for these types of areas. We really ground ourselves in our communities and our people, and we see the work that we do as walking alongside of our communities. We have cooperative agreements for that reason, not because we want to tell you how to do the work as part of a cooperative agreement, but because we want to help you walk that path together. And so a core of our work is creating relationships with the communities that we serve. And these are photos taken with a little bit of our funding over the last year in the communities that we've worked with and have grant funding. Our 4 priorities, I think they're pretty similar to kind of the public health wheel and some of the other things that you might see from other agencies. I think what's unique to our agency is we also do the work at the direction of the tribal communities we serve. So we have to engage in tribal consultation and urban confer before we can do anything. So they gave us money, and then it took us a year to talk with tribal leaders and urban Indian health leaders, who then said these are our 4 priorities. I tried to create the little chart based on money and like how much we're spending where. Number one out of the gate with us was grants and program awards, so getting money into the communities. The appropriations language said, go build a model of care, and we quickly found there is no single model of care. What we did is fund programs to create models of care, and we're still in the evolution of that process. The other big piece is workforce development, training, and education. I think Joan spoke, we've used a lot of the HRSA materials, their GWEP grantee materials. Sometimes we're the funnel. Like there's 2,000 things that happen out there, and I can't get a primary care provider to pay attention to, an email with lots of things. So we have to funnel it, we have to make it relevant to the work that they're doing, and we have to figure out the right space and time for us to get the primary care provider's attention. We also do some outreach and awareness, so that's our lovely little graphics. Principally, our work in this space is really focused on creating awareness. I think stigma is in every community, but particularly so in really small communities when the person who works at the front desk is probably your cousin, you don't want them to know your business. And so that makes a big difference in how you provide your care. The other work we do is the boring, what sounds kind of boring, but the program support and data on the bottom. Like data should drive all our decisions, right? I'm a nerd, so I like data. We're doing some things like creating a dashboard internally. We have spent 3 years. We still can't get an accurate count of the number of people who have a diagnosis of dementia in our health system. And people come to me all the time and they're like, can you give me data? And I'm like, I really can't because it's not quite that easy. So those are our 4 priorities. This is our amazing team. Nicole's our boss. There's myself, Valerie, and actually Jamie, we're full-time. And then Dr. Bellantoni, who works in the Phoenix Indian Medical Center, is our consultant. We get about 10% of her time. When I was counting up for another slideshow the other day, we have 18 things we're working on, not little things, but big things, pilots, programs, and initiatives, because we're all just so passionate about the work. We have a family member, we have personal experience, those types of things. So we're always looking to do something more, better, different. As I mentioned, the big thing is grants. I loved Aaron's map. We have a little map of our models of care grants. So far, we funded 18 communities. Pretty much all over the United States. We were glad in our last batch we got some over on the East Coast. Practically speaking, most of the tribes are on the other side of the country, which is why you don't see a lot of dots over here. So these are just some of the things that our grantees have done. And it might seem really basic to you to say, oh, you put together a memory care basket and you gave it to the caregiver, and it might seem really simplistic as a grant-funded activity, but those folks need that sort of care and support and connection and resources, even big or small. We've had the things that our grantees are doing are really big, but they're also just sort of that personal connection in their community to change hearts and minds. We have so much more funding stuff that we do. For instance, we've been funding, we're in our 3rd cohort of working with community health reps, which is the tribal corollary for the CHW workforce. We've done a mini-cog pilot and been really successful at training CHRs to do screenings in the community and then get them into the primary care clinic. So excited about that. A lot of you saw on that chart, a lot of our money, how am I doing on time? Go faster? Okay. I'm coming in there. Yeah, I could talk all day, but that would be boring. We don't do a lot of policy, and we don't do research at all, really. If we do, it's epidemiologic research. The closest we come to policy in our program and our work is we created a dementia care pathway. It seems like the most basic thing you could do in the world, but if you were a doc and you tried to go out into the universe and figure out how to diagnose somebody and what that conversation looks like next, it didn't really exist. You'd find yourself in a random PDF on the internet. Or I had a doc who said I printed out a journal article from AAFP, and that's what he was using, is flips those pages every time a patient came in. So this is really simple, stripped down, bare bones. Some of our last recommendations, no offense to the neurologist, but are you really don't have to see a neurologist for a diagnosis. And so that's really got to change hearts and minds in that space. So that came out this year. We started up recently a dementia clinical support line. You got a patient, you have a question, call us. We're still trying to get the word out, but we've heard from nursing homes, we've heard from primary care providers, lots of folks who are just like, I don't know what to do next and I'm stuck. So that's been pretty successful as part of our support area. We are rolling out right now quarterly dementia trainings. Congress said we needed to do quarterly competency-based training, so we're doing that for all of those folks. Anybody who's ever tried to get training through and approved at the federal government will commiserate with me that this has been a labor of love to get all of this content out, and it will be free and available to anyone, but our audience is particularly American Indian and Alaska Native serving people. We have a couple programs, Jerry Scholars and a Jerry Nurse Fellowship modeled after a VA program. We're literally changing hearts and minds of community one provider at a time and one nurse at a time. We have some videos. We have some more awesome videos coming out, so maybe we'll share those links with you when they come out. Our big push has been the mini-cog, just letting people know it exists and showing them how to use it. We do echoes. Again, Congress said go do echoes, so we're doing those echoes, but they're really helpful in terms of support for our communities. And come to our summit next month. We'd love to have you. It's in Denver, and hopefully it won't snow in March. We have 2 days of great content. Our grantees will be there, so we'd love to see all of you guys there to learn about the work that we're doing. Contact us, join our listserv, email me, and I'm done.
Thank you. That was a lot of information in a short period. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm from the South, and I talk really fast,
I loved
too.
it. I loved it. Thank you so much.
All right, we are now going to turn things over to Kevin Cheney with AHRQ.
Okay, let's see if I can get the clicker to work. I'm from Southern Ohio, so it's kind of like the South. But I have more of a slower, but I'll try to keep up the pace, and so we'll see what we can do. Again, my name is Kevin Cheney. I'm a senior advisor at the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. I support our Division for Digital Healthcare Research. And this is my first time here at this meeting, and so it's very exciting, and I take over for Dr. Arlene Bierman, who was previously heading the agency's work here. She is hopefully enjoying retirement. And I also want to say that obviously what I'm presenting to you is a lot of work from a lot of really incredible people at the agency and the researchers that we fund. So real quick, I'll go over, you heard a little bit today, earlier today, Dr. Klein talked about AHRQ's mission. I'll probably skip the leadership part since you actually got to hear from him today. And then I'll go into what our current research priorities are, kind of how are the different ways that we help improve outcomes for the American people. And then I'll talk about more of our recent work in support of ADRD. So AHRQ is a component, obviously, of the United States Department of Health and Human Services, and we're dedicated to health services research, the field of study that examines healthcare as it is delivered to patients, examining the quality, safety, and affordability of healthcare delivery. AHRQ conducts and supports patient safety research and supports the use of state-of-the-art data analytics tools to analyze and improve U.S. healthcare system. AHRQ conducts and supports research into improving health outcomes, evaluating the strength of evidence for medical procedures, treatments, and preventative interventions, and investigating ways to improve healthcare treatment. So we do a lot of different things. Just as a kind of a quick historical tidbit, we just celebrated our 35th anniversary, so we're relatively new compared to some of the other agencies, centers, and offices around the table here. And also just to let you know, from a budget perspective, right, NIH and some of these others in the billions, we're about $350 million as a total budget to do a lot of the things I just mentioned in our mission. So we are obviously supported by our tremendous leadership from President Trump down to Secretary Kennedy, and as well as Dr. Klein, who joined us last summer, and we were very glad and grateful to have him leading us in the direction of the agency. So what does that look like? So some of our research priorities, obviously, within the name and what I've talked about earlier, but really focused on improving patient safety, the effectiveness of healthcare for all Americans, and core areas include reducing medical errors, improving diagnosis, medication safety, and promoting appropriate care, including antibiotic stewardship and the responsible use of medications across all ages, but in particular for children. And we're also advancing digital health, telehealth, artificial intelligence to expand access and strengthen evidence while reinforcing the scientific rigor through real-world data integration, reproducibility, and innovative study methods. I also want to highlight that at ARC, we're prioritizing high-impact conditions. And that includes things ranging from obviously long COVID, autism, nutrition, and chronic disease prevention, with a shift towards solution-oriented research that delivers measurable improvements in health outcomes. And across all areas, we remain committed to training the next generation of health services researchers. So how does ARC do what it does? So the first thing that we do is we look to generate scientific evidence and actionable knowledge. So this is through funding health services research, extramural research grants, contracts, et cetera, that help us understand how care is delivered, how it can be delivered better. Cost, quality, safety, value. We also work to help move evidence into practice. You heard Dr. Bateman talk about earlier about the fire hose amount of data and information, and how do we help try to speed that up? Well, that's one of the things that we try to do at AHRQ is look at what the evidence is, and is there things and ways we can do to develop tools, trainings, resources, and assistance. And I also note that ARC, we are a non-regulatory agency and obviously non-punitive. So the types of things that we look and oversee is not within the realm of FDA or CMS or some of our others. We also have a lot of different data repositories and different data that is utilized across the healthcare system, from HCUP, healthcare costs and utilization, to MEPS, medical expenditure panel survey data, CAPS, consumer assessment, and healthcare providers and systems data, as well as a robust number of other data sets, such as patient safety databases, et cetera. And so certainly one of kind of the three-legged stool, if you will, of all the different things that ARC does to try to help develop and push evidence into the field. Okay, so ARC has been, even though we're relatively young, has been doing a lot in this space. And I didn't include here in the slides, but just for some historical information is, especially during the first Trump administration, is our ARC's Evidence-Based Practice Center was doing a lot of reports as well as developing research protocols around the areas of Alzheimer's disease, related dementia, looking at the treatment of Alzheimer's disease, and as well as how can we help improve caregivers. And so some of those systematic reviews were published around 2019, 2020. And one of the things you would find in there, and especially given how rapidly and quickly evidence is starting to change, is some of the evidence wasn't strong or it was low because we're still rapidly assessing and gathering data. And so some of the things you would see in there may be an I grade, so insufficient evidence at the time. And obviously these are things that moving forward, we'll probably start re-looking at again because of the amount of evidence that is really starting to hit and would be of benefit of ARC to perhaps go back and take a look at those items. So more recently, some of the work that we've been doing, and started with my colleague I mentioned, Dr. Arlene Bierman, is supporting person-centered care for people with multiple chronic conditions. This initiative supported the goals of NAPA by advancing person-centered care for individuals with multiple chronic conditions, including those living with Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. And through ARC's Action for Network, we were identifying practical, evidence-based strategies to integrate person-centered care planning into routine clinical practice. And the work engaged experts, partners, frontline stakeholders, and it culminated into an action plan to support national implementation and scale. So what this slide does is it's going to summarize some of the key findings that came from this Action for Learning community on person-centered care planning. Some of the key things participants emphasized was that PCCP supports progress across the quintuple aim, including improving patient experience while supporting clinician well-being. At the same time, implementation barriers are real, time constraints, particularly for care team members, along with funding mechanisms, measurement challenges, training needs, and transformation fatigue were consistently identified. Successful implementation depends on leadership and clinician buy-in, supported by a compelling business case and real-world examples. Teams highlighted the importance of coordinating training, enabling by partnerships with professional organizations, as well as digital tools to support information sharing and care coordination. Addressing patients' health-related social needs through community partnerships and applying implementation science methods to fit the PCCP to specific clinical contexts were also identified as critical strategies. I have the link here if you want to read more into that report and the findings. But my big takeaway, and as we're all here and we all realize, it takes a village to do a lot of this work. This slide takes a look at some of the work that comes from out of my team shop, our Division for Digital Healthcare Research. And we're looking to help advance NAPA goals through the use of digital health innovations that promote healthy aging and reduce risk factors associated with Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. In 2025, ARC convened a national webinar highlighting ARC-funded research focused on digital solutions for aging populations. Presenters showcased tools designed specifically for older adults, telehealth approaches that improve adherence and self-management, and platforms that integrate patient-generated data in the clinical workflows. Together, these strategies strengthen system-level capacity to support risk reduction, chronic condition management, and overall well-being among older adults and their caregivers. I will also highlight one of the projects for this was Lab Genie, which is out of Florida State University, Dr. Z. He, and he was looking at artificial intelligence and particularly the use of large language models to support both older adults and their caregivers when they get lab results to not only hopefully help them understand the results, but also to define what questions should they be asking their clinician when they go for follow-up. So we've been doing some of the early research in the large language model space around generative AI. And there's a link there to the webinar. As I mentioned, ARC had done some earlier evidence reviews, and we're doing some more. And so in 2025, ARC's Evidence-Based Practice Center program completed a peer-reviewed draft systematic review focused on improving the management of menopausal symptoms in perimenopausal and early postmenopausal women. The review was developed to inform an NIH Pathways to Prevention workshop and examine the benefits and harms of pharmacological treatments, including outcomes related to Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. To date, the authors found no evidence of harm from these treatments with respect to Alzheimer's disease or cognitive decline. Some of the other work that we have going on at AHRQ is ARC-supported research that advances the management of chronic conditions among people living with Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. Investigators identified seasonal patterns in metabolic and immune biomarkers with variations across age and gender. These findings help clinicians more accurately interpret laboratory results and respond to physiological changes in this population. By improving diagnostic accuracy and chronic disease management, this work contributes to higher quality and more efficient care for people living with dementia, supporting the goals of NAPA. And coming here, I think, on the last slide. Our kind of last activity that I'll highlight in support of APA is strengthening the evidence base for care of adults with Down syndrome, a population in which Alzheimer's disease and related dementias are nearly universally prevalent at older ages. ARC is completing a systematic review entitled Medical Care for Adults with Down Syndrome, which evaluates treatments for conditions commonly encountered in adulthood, including ADRD. By rigorously assessing the available evidence, this review will inform updated clinical guidelines and address long-standing gaps in care quality, supporting more accurate diagnosis and improved management for adults with Down syndrome, including those living with dementia. And it is expected that this report will hopefully hit here soon in early 2026. There's my email. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to email or come up and speak to me later. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Before I turn it over to our final federal agency presentation, I'd like to acknowledge our other federal partners who were not able to be here with us today. So the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration and the Department of Veteran Affairs. And now I will turn things over to Dr. Helen Lamont to present on ASFE.
And I will be quick. So my goal today is to tell you a little bit about ASPE's role in progress, and you think, gosh, ASPE's role is to convene the NAPAFACA. But we do a lot more than that. So ASPE stands for the Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation, and we are the Secretary's policy think tank. So we do a variety of initiatives. We manage cross-departmental activities such as this, but our main bread and butter work is conducting policy research studies. So the goal is to have somebody in ASPE who knows almost everything that's going on in the department or who can find out, and then to be able to answer policy questions. Our office is behavioral health, disability, and aging policy, so those are the populations we focus on. In the interest of time, I'm going to just go on. So our approach to our work is to identify emerging problems and policy issues, to figure out what the policy options are to address those issues, to figure out the strengths and weaknesses of each of those options, usually to figure out which one we can do with no funding, and then to come up with key considerations for policymakers. So as you think about all of these challenges that we're thinking about, this is sort of the hat that we wear. I think we've gone in order of descending budget. So our budget is, I think we're about $42 million, $43 million, so we are small but mighty. Most of the research that's being done is being done by the other agencies around the table, so we find little niche issues or places where we can add to the policy discussion by looking at something a little bit smaller or at a slightly nuanced perspective. So just some examples of policy research we've done on Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. We've looked at just holistically what the characteristics are of that population, functional trajectories at the end of life for people with dementia. We'll talk about this in a minute, so I'll just hold there. The implications of alternative methods of identifying people with dementia. What number is right? Is it the number of people who have a diagnosis in their Medicare claims? Is it the number of people who say a doctor has ever told them that they have Alzheimer's disease or related dementia? Or is it the number of people who, based on a neurocognitive test in a survey, show up as having dementia? So we've looked at what the strengths and weaknesses are of all of those different methods, which have important implications for the research that we all do and for the numbers that we use. We've looked at opportunities to bridge healthcare and social services for people living with dementia and their caregivers with ACL, and then the use of inpatient psychiatric facilities by Medicare beneficiaries with dementia. You may not know that sometimes a person with dementia will have such severe behavioral and psychological symptoms that they need to visit an inpatient psychiatric facility, and we want to understand what the needs were of those populations and then what their trajectories were afterwards. So some recent policy research that we just came out with was approaches to dementia care and special needs plans. The guide model just came out of CMS, I guess it was 2024, and the question we kept getting was like, this is great, but it's for fee-for-service, and most Medicare beneficiaries are now in managed care. So this project looked at what special needs plans, which are a specific type of managed care plan, are doing to address dementia care. So I suggest you take a look at that. And then alluding to this trajectories of people with dementia at the end of life, we looked again at what hospice use patterns are for people with Alzheimer's disease or related dementias. So as you all know, people with dementia have a long, slow decline often as compared to people with other terminal diagnoses that have a more rapid decline. But we have one hospice benefit, and it is made for a very specific type of prognosis. And so we have some work in that area to look at whether and how the hospice benefit meets the needs of people living with dementia. So that's an example of the type of niche policy research project we might do. And then because our work is focused on long-term services and supports and behavioral health more broadly, anything that sort of affects the long-term care system is going to affect people living with dementia by and large. So we've looked at different long-term supports and services reform options. We've looked at telehealth in nursing homes, especially during the COVID pandemic, and how well that worked for people. We've looked at state and federal tax credit laws and what the uptake is like, who benefits, et cetera, and then rebalancing Medicaid-funded LTSS. So that's in our LTSS bucket, and then on our behavioral health side, it's important to remember the behavioral health impacts of having dementia and the co-occurrence. So 988 is our crisis service number, And we've looked at what approaches states have taken to meet the needs of people with disabilities, including people with dementia. When someone calls 988 for a person with dementia, the response is and should be different than somebody else. And then looking at behavioral health prevalence, utilization, and spending for older adults on Medicare, many of whom also have dementia. So that's just a little taste of the policy research that we do, and thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Helen. I couldn't think of any finer people, such smart, amazing experts to get to work with. So it's been a pleasure just to get me up to this space to spend this kind of time with Helen and Maria. So I can't thank you enough for the work of ASPE. So now we get to pivot back to our innovators. So it's changed up we changed up the agenda just a little bit. So now we're going to talk to hear from MMI. So MMI, are you ready? I'm going to tell you a little bit about your presenter today. Mark Toland, who represents MMI as the CEO. MMI is a microsurgical robotics company. Before joining MMI, Mark served as the president and CEO of Corindus, where he transformed the company into the industry leader in vascular robotics with the only approved system for coronary, peripheral, and neurovascular indications, and a next-generation robotic system enabling remote endovascular stroke treatment. The Siemens Healthineers acquisition of Corindus for $1.1 billion was the fifth largest medical technology acquisition of 2019. Prior to Corindus, Mark served as Senior VP of Boston Scientific, where he built the company's global healthcare solutions business and led all aspects of the U.S. commercial team's cardiovascular businesses, which represented approximately $4 billion in revenue. Mark has over 25 years of medical device experience. He's a member of the collaborative cross-industry fast company Impact Council. Mark Toland holds a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration from the University of Louisville, and he resides in Ponte Vedra Beach, just outside Jacksonville, Florida. Please join me in welcoming Mark Toland from MMI.
Thanks, Michelle. Thanks for the whole council for having us here today. It's a great honor to be here and presenting our technology in front of you. I will not show robots here today. I'll kind of show more concepts. You know, following Helen's presentation, I thought was a great theme because she was talking about her budget. Well, our budget is zero, so it falling in the theme of zero for us right now. So we're a privately funded company that is kind of falling into this world that we live in, which is in the neurogenerative space. So let me quickly introduce myself. As Michelle mentioned, I'm the CEO of MMI. We've been developing technologies in healthcare, really themed around a general concept of do things that a human can't do. And so a lot of the companies that we've started up, and most of these are all startups, we have kept to that theme. So the current technology that I'm talking to you about here today resides in Florida. It's called MMI, and it's doing things surgically that was thought impossible to be done by humans, doing things at a scaling feature of sub 1 millimeter. Think of it like sewing the human hair together. About the size of your eyelash underneath a microscope. So very difficult to do, but it opens up, once the technology is available, and it is, it opens up the whole field of surgery that was almost impossible for a surgeon to do. All the other companies are all in the medical device space and are doing various other things that I sit on boards of. So the journey here today is a plumbing problem. So as we kind of think about the lymphatic system, when we are typically working on things that have to deal with life-saving events like the arteries and the veins of your body, you naturally think of heart attacks, like let's go fix those so that it saves my life. Well, the lymphatic system is actually a quality of life journey. So as you think about repairing the lymphatic system, It happens in all shapes and sizes. It's just not for what we're going to talk about here today. It even happens with athletes. And I'm probably the only person that's presenting LeBron James here today. But the point is that it is a system in all of our bodies that is doing things for us that oftentimes go unnoticed, but it heals the body. It allows us to remove toxins from certain parts of the body so that the body can then recover itself. And it happens with athletes who go through a series of extreme events, such as LeBron James, who has the Normatec system on his legs after he plays basketball. And what we're going to talk about here today is a similar concept, but instead of it happening in your legs, it's really happening in your brain. So you can't put a Normatec on your brain to restore lymphatic fluid up there. And it was really an interesting journey for us in science because the lymphatic system was just recently discovered in the brain only 10 years ago. Only 10 years ago. You think about modern science. That's really hard to believe. But it was discovered about 10 years ago, and since then there's a lot of interest in what does the lymphatic system do to help the brain recover. And a lot of physicians that you talk to will say the lymphatic system at a healthy standard is like sleep on steroids. So it really allows your brain to flush itself. And over the course of the last 10 years, we didn't really develop the platform to go after Alzheimer's surgery. We developed a platform to do surgery that couldn't be done by humans. And the reason we got involved in it is because the science that we discovered was very interesting in this space because our technology helps surgeons do this procedure more precisely and easier and allowed them to do the procedure that they previously weren't doing before. So as a result, our journey has been kind of falling into it, learning along the way. And so as we thought about this, particularly as the brain recovers, the one thing that was missing was just a good body of scientific evidence that would support a restored lymphatic system that could support doing Alzheimer's surgery. And so what I'm going to talk to you about here today is doing Alzheimer's surgery for the lymphatic system, that you reconnect it back into the venous system so that it restores the flow in the brain of a healthier lymphatic flow than it previously existed before. And so the concept here is, does the lymphatic system clean the brain before you treat the brain? And we don't really know the answer to that yet, but all signals are kind of pointing us in a positive direction to say, let's go explore this, and let's really understand what's happening, who's it happening to, and how can we treat them differently. And so what we did as a company, we are, like I mentioned, just a robotic company enabling surgery to be done better and more precisely. We really explored this over in areas of the world that this was happening. The number one place it was happening was over in Asia. So we spent the last 3 or 4 years really studying the procedure. And there was very little scientific rigor behind it. As a result, having dealt with medical technology for many years, evidence is the key to ensuring that this ends up happening in something in the patient care realm. So the evidence just wasn't rich enough. And so as a result, we started to build these clinical trials. Here's one in South Korea. And I'm going to get to the punchline here in a second, but the early data in South Korea is pointing us into really an exciting time of what this potentially could mean. And is this really going out and curing Alzheimer's? No. Is it potentially delaying them? Maybe. Is it potentially moving a patient from moderate to mild? Well, that's what we've just shown in a series of 6 patients in South Korea. By doing this procedure for moderate patients with Alzheimer's, we've moved their MoCA score back to mild, so that then now they can be treated with a drug therapy regimen, where previously they fell off the drug therapy regimen. Really remarkable. So as a result, we approached the FDA last year. We said, look, We can go do this clinical trial. We're a global company. We can do it in Korea. We can do it in Japan. We can do it in China. But would you consider doing it on U.S. soil? Would you consider doing this trial in the U.S.? And the FDA looked at us and said, yes, we would. So they granted us an early feasibility study trial called REMIND in August of last year. And this is an exciting time for us because we're embarking on this journey of trying to bring evidence to a surgical option for patients who are suffering from mild or moderate Alzheimer's. Our trial is going to start in a matter of weeks. So the protocols have already gone through all the IRBs. The physicians are already trained. They're currently screening patients for this trial right now, and people will be enrolled in the trial for a surgical Alzheimer's treatment that suffer from mild or moderate Alzheimer's. Think of it like clean the brain before you treat the brain. That's the concept behind it. We're embarking on that top level right there, which is our first 15 patients. It's an EFS study, early feasibility study. If this shows that it's safe and effective, we'll then move into a pivotal trial that'll start later this year. These are the current sites that are currently participating in the trial. You can see we've got Baptist Health, which is in Florida. We've got Stanford, which I think everybody knows is in Palo Alto. Jacobs Institute is in Buffalo, New York, one of the great neuroscience programs in the United States. And we've got Yale, New Haven, Connecticut that's participating in the trial. These are the first 4 sites that will be enrolling in the trial and about 15 patients. So my quick, easy presentation is I'm really impressed that the FDA granted us this IDE, allowing us to really do a multi-center, rigorous trial to go prove this has patient benefit. That's an exciting time for everybody in the United States, but definitely for us as a company, because we're pioneering something with the agency on what could be for patients. Based upon what we've seen in Asia so far, we're pretty confident this is going to work. So we're really excited about it. Our next step with the federal government will be, okay, well, how do we get this funded? This is going to be an expensive trial. It's an exploratory trial. It costs around $75,000 per patient to enroll. We have to go find that funding. That's expensive. So we'll continue to be trying to find ways to see if there's additional funding out there for us to support accelerating the science behind this surgical treatment option. And then finally, as we continue to grow the evidence to support this particular application, we want to work with CMS, the FDA, and NIH to come up with a package that allows patients to benefit from this as soon as they possibly can, giving them a potential alternative to an option where they may not have had one. And who knows where this could go? This could be going into the path of prophylactic treatment for patients who have Alzheimer's in their family tree. But we're just on the early stages of the journey, and thanks to the council for listening to us. Thanks for the support that's come from already the U.S. government. Doing this powerful research in the United States is going to make this real or potentially not real. You never know about medicine. But what we like is the fact that these centers that we all trust and know are behind it. They're supporting it. And we've got a multidisciplinary approach that includes surgeons and neurology and neuroscience, helping to look deeper and closer at this option to potentially help patients who are suffering from this tragic disease. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the audience for Mark? Okay. Mark, I just wanted to thank you and MMI. Between Dr. Bateman and Mark Tolan with MMI, I hope that you are getting your hair blown back just a little bit on the research, and you're getting really excited about not only regular approaches that we see in pharma, but also novel approaches that are non-pharma. So I can only think of something like that coupled with pharma and where we could go. So it's just, to me, thank you, Mark. Thank you to MMI for being here today. And again, thank you to Dr. Bateman, who left, but just to see two different types of research that we got to experience today is nothing short of amazing. So it's a thrill to hear about this. Like I said, we're going to continue to advance the research and work as a council to take all the obstacles out of the way and make sure there's plenty of runway for amazing research and keep that pipeline robust while we're taking care of families that are living with Alzheimer's today. So thank you again, MMI, and thank you for our innovators. We'll continue to host innovators throughout the year in different parts of our quarterly meetings. So thank you.
Okay, sorry, it's me again. Standing between us and the end of the day. So what we wanted to finish with was getting your input. I know a lot of people have been sitting around today just listening, and we did not bring you here today just to listen. So we want to get your input, although it's mostly on the logistical part of this. So there's been a lot for you to take in. We definitely want your content and expertise. But one of our first most pressing issues is revisiting the national plan. So we won't go through this whole thing except to draw your attention to goal number 1. And it says prevent and effectively treat Alzheimer's disease by 2025. Unfortunately, we're not going to reach that goal. And so we do love these goals. We all know these goals, me probably more than anybody else. But it feels disingenuous to just cross out 2025 and write 2035, as if nothing else in the world has changed. And so we see this coming year as a big opportunity and a big job to revisit this national plan, and it's very important to us and to the Secretary and to everyone in the administration that we get input from you all and from members of the public on how to do that. So I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but we're thinking about what approach we should take, how to engage the public through a request for information and/or listening sessions, definitely through the advisory council. And then our goal is to develop a framework and build out, similar to what we currently have, goals and strategies that align with HHS priorities, but that set ambitious goals for us. I will say when we put in the 2025 goal, I mean, you can ask Dr. Hodes later what he thought about that. We were like so ambitious, but it was so important to the field for us to do that. So how can we set a genuine ambitious goal towards 2035, and how do we get there to do that work? And our goal is, the 2025 update is coming out soon, but we need to do all of this in 2026 so that we can meet our statutory requirements to update the national plan in 2026. So we want to set a vision for the next decade. We want to reflect the world, the people around the table, and then what's going on out in our communities. We do want to update our goals and maybe change them, but we have a lot of questions, like do we streamline or expand the national plan? We've been asked both, is there a shorter, sweeter document than the 170-plus page national plan that's an accounting of everything? And we've been asked, is this everything the federal government is doing? And actually the answer to that is no. That's just a snapshot of what we're doing on very specific activities related to Alzheimer's disease. And so we want to hear from you all and from the field, what are you looking for? What do you want from your federal government when it comes to this national plan? Because we could go either way. It would be hard to do both without an appropriation, but we could go either way. And so what are we looking for? The other thing we used to say in the beginning was that it was a national plan and not a federal plan, and unfortunately that's not how it's actually played out over time. We've had a number of challenges and have tried through the years to reflect what's happening in the private sector or at the state and the local levels. So if you have thoughts on how we could do that and if we should do it, we would really love to hear those thoughts. I think during the time when they tried to do that, I had taken a step back from NAPA, but we just put out a call for information. And so we included information on I think it was some localities were doing or some private sector folks were doing, but it was only those who had stepped in and volunteered that information. And is that really a genuine reflection of what is happening? Does it matter? Is it that helpful? We would love to hear more about what folks think about that. And then the other thing I didn't put on this slide, but Amy reminded me of today, is that only 6% of people who die with dementia have Alzheimer's disease only. So that means 94% of them, if we find a magic bullet for Alzheimer's disease today, we will still not have addressed dementia for 94% of people. So how can we reflect that in our national plan? Do we change the language that we use? Do we specifically call out related dementias? Because I think we can all agree that even if we were able to find a cure for Alzheimer's disease tomorrow, we'd still have a ton of work to do on the related dementias. So how do we reflect that in our work? Because the nomenclature is very, very important. Another place we'd like to get your thoughts is this is a rough graphic of how the goals overlap with the disease trajectory. So along the bottom, you'll see from pre-symptomatic to symptom onset to mild, moderate, and severe dementia. And when we added the 6th goal, we thought this was useful to show where the goals fit on that life course perspective for dementia. One idea is to take it from pre-symptomatic and to think about our goals from pre-symptomatic through end of life and then the cross-cutting goals. So that's one possible approach. But as we've broadened out the populations that we are targeting through our work, how should we reorganize and rethink about that? And I think that's it. That was enough. So there's a lot to think about. We would love your thoughts. It is 4:11. You don't have to tell us anything. But if anyone has done this in other parts of your life, in other work, or if you just have some principles that you think would be helpful for us to consider
Helen,
as we go forward,
you know,
we'd love to.
I just wanted to say it's incredibly humbling to me. Well, everyone's presentations today, amazing, enlightening. It's humbling to be here. Just wanted to say, you know, Helen, we spoke about this when we initially met. And I just want to talk to Michelle for a quick second as the chair of this council. A lot of people define themselves by their job and their role. They define themselves that way. They introduce. I don't think you're defined by the chair of this council. I know you for a long time. Your passion, the strength, and your power to knock down barriers, I think you will define the role. And under your leadership, I am greatly optimistic that we're going to make a lot of change. When COVID hit in 2020, in March, President Donald Trump, I think, showed us a formula that worked. Within 2 months, we had all the ventilators we need. We were exporting ventilators around the world. Within 3 to 4 months, we had all the tests you wanted. You were getting 5 tests a day, whatever you wanted, all these different tests. By 8 to 9 months, we had therapeutics and FDA-approved vaccines, numbers of them. The greatest pandemic the world has ever seen in our lifetime was solved. We're sitting here together. No one's wearing a mask. We're not 6 feet apart. We're traveling. That type of mentality, if we apply it here, would make a great impact. I've heard of tens of billions of dollars that we're spending on research, tens of billions in all these different sectors, and just a handful of things trickling through the FDA that are reaching people. How is that possible? What the president showed us was how to put the pieces together in the proper balance. Where does the FDA fit? How does capital come in? How do we unlock the engine of innovation from industry in order to solve these problems? And I'm incredibly optimistic that we'll be able to deliver some concepts and ideas that will be able to be brought to Secretary Kennedy and Congress. As you said, this council reports to both. So thank you for your leadership. I look forward to being part of it.
Hey, Helen, I think that your comments are spot on. I completely agree with what you just said, but and it was very well said, I might add, but just to bring it down specific to the goals for a second, I too am incredibly impressed. The quality of I'm not surprised by this. I've said it to my two colleagues to the left and right of me. The quality of the federal government employees and executives around the table is outstanding. I mean, I'm not surprised by that because I've worked with the federal government a very long time, but it's kind of nice to see it in action in a different capacity. Outstanding work. And the resources we have around this issue is incredible. Communicating it to the broader base and to the country and connecting the dots for people to say, look at everything we have available is, I think, should be considered as a goal. And I think that if we could figure it out in very practical terms, we might even be a model for other advisory groups. And I think that could be scalable, a communication plan, and sort of breaking down silos, applying some systems thinking, doing some things in a very practical way that kind of moves the ball. And speaking about sort of moving the ball, one thing you might want to consider when setting goals, we do this in private industry all the time. We love setting big, hairy, audacious goals. That's important. But we frame it in a way of like stretch target threshold. Now I'm going to speak very practically for a moment, because what we don't want to do is unintentionally demoralize the team when they're chasing after something and making incremental improvements and making a difference. But the fact that we didn't achieve the 2025, like we're going to solve Alzheimer's, I mean, that's a big, hairy, audacious goal. And that should be there. People should strive for that. But there should be a target and a threshold so when teams do achieve success, they do make a difference in the lives of patients and families and caregivers. They can see it through a threshold and target goal. And that actually becomes a motivator to drive even harder and faster to that big goal of solving Alzheimer's and dementia and related diseases. And so I think give some consideration to that. I mean, obviously, I'm excited to be here and happy to roll up my sleeves alongside the whole team and be part of it. But you might want to think about it in terms like that. It can be very motivating for people as it's all about incremental improvement, right? It's always about going this way and achieving your goals and your desired outcomes. You've got to incent people and get people excited along the way and build them up. And I think you have a great opportunity to do that because the work that's already been done is extraordinary. Something to think about.
I love both of these comments. They're so helpful. And I think, Helen, to your point earlier, in looking at the disease pre-symptoms, so really taking the time to look at root cause, pre-symptomatic pieces. So, and that goes back to, right before early detection, early diagnosis, risk reduction, things like that. I want to make sure that we're capturing that. So if you all are okay with that, I think what might be a healthy discussion is take all the notes from the members, get all of the input here, and then Helen and Maria and I can and we can work with Kate and just sort of synthesize all of that, come back to you with some really good goals that I think are more reflective of where we are today. Does that sound? Because I know we have our thoughts, but I'm loving hearing from the council too, as you saw all of the agencies present and where we are today with the research and the support services and the care, what you think our next order of business is. Anyone else? This is really good feedback. Don't make me start assigning you subcommittees, because that's where we're heading next. Yeah. We've spent a lot of time today digesting, which I think has been incredibly important. And like John and Jonathan, I hope that you felt really reassured, as I've said before, that your federal government is plugged in, that your Secretary of HHS is plugged in. I've said it several times that he is the first secretary I've ever heard of mention Alzheimer's on the Hill. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 or 5 times. that he has got innovations. There's an innovation program that Mary and I were talking about too, about caregiving. So there is so much out there, and we have leadership at the very highest levels that are spotlighting this important disease. So when I first began, all we could say is, sorry. There's no prevention, there's no treatment, there's no cure. And all I could do is stand next to families like Steve and Gina Waterhouse and say, I'm here to work on the future, but I'm so sorry about this present. But we have a different present happening now. Is there anything you wanted to say, sir? Oh, your mic.
Sorry, when we started this journey, Gina made a cape that said first survivor of Alzheimer's, and she wore it to all of the Alzheimer's events. And she slowly started to realize she wasn't going to be. But I think at the end of today, we're starting to realize we might know that person. We might know it in your lifetime. We're close. Thank you.
Michelle, I want to echo what everyone else has said, and particularly my colleague John Corus. For us that are in the operational field of getting this work done, what I'm most impressed with is that there's attention not only to finding cures and remissible opportunities, but we're focusing on how to help families and individuals like Steve help their family members, because education of families and caring for folks going through this is monumentally important. It's one thing to have these advances. I'm excited about this surgery opportunity and Dr. Bateman's work as well, but educating families to take better care of both themselves and their ability to take care of their family members is so very important. So I don't want this committee not forget that as well, because I think a bigger picture behind what the Secretary is doing is a healthier community throughout our country, and we've got to promote and encourage people to take better care of themselves, and we may start that right here in this work as well. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Steve. Anyone else? Dr. Hanna?
I just don't, you stole my line, Michael. I think the concept of unmet clinical need, hearing that from Steve and Gina, it's here. We don't have 10 years, guys. This has to happen in 5. Again, and every time I'm in front of the FDA, I tell people that I have the utmost respect, because as agencies, you advocate against possible risk exposure to our patient population. As physicians, we do the same. But I think we gotta find a way that we can work together to make this faster. And it's phenomenal to hear Dr. Bateman talk about AI. Again, we gotta find better ways than 2 years of an animal implant waiting for that device to mature, where maybe in Europe we have treated 1,000 patients, 2,000 patients. We gotta find a way to organize this data. It was beautiful to hear somebody from the HHS today talking about how can we integrate all these systems to harness this data and do this faster. We gotta do this better. And I think, me too, I am inspired to see the power that we have on the federal government. Hats off to you guys, because the backbone is here. And I think stepping on what you guys have here, I think we can do this better for every single one of our citizens. And that, I think, is our goal here. Everybody that comes through the door here wants that, to do what is best for your mother, your father, your sister, and those that suffer through those diseases. So I'm honored to be here and serve side by side with you guys. I think with the brains in this room, I think we can make a huge impact. Thank you for the opportunity.
I think you hit a very important point. It's about risk. The federal government or the FDA is not built to take on risk. Industry typically takes on risk, and there's a certain comfort level around that. And you can't blame somebody for saying, you know what? No, give me 2 more years of data, right? Because why are they gonna, how are they gonna justify that when they go home? And just too much risk for, so I think perhaps building into our goals is to explore how to de-risk some of these agencies where there is room to try, or the right to try, where there's a signal, enough signal. What is enough signal?
Thank you, and we've got one more comment before we have to go to public discussion. So, Christy?
And I think just building on that, the signal, representing state leadership and having been Secretary of Human Services,
I think the state policy level can partner very closely with the federal level, and we can inform when is the time. We can bring to you all, Patients' Right to Try is a great example. That is being discussed in several states who really want that as an option for patients with Alzheimer's and beyond, obviously. I think the really critical thing that I'm hearing around the room is we have all these resources that may or may not be connected. I have a saying that I use all the time. It's people don't come to us in pieces, and yet we are planned to budget and plan for them as if they do. And so I'm very encouraged by what I'm hearing here about bringing it all together, connecting the pieces, and us trying to help from the state and local level with what kinds of policy changes are being demanded in the operational space, in the field, that we can help bring to the federal level and bring it together. So thank you all very much. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, we are now going to turn to public comments. I think we're going to start with the folks here in the room with us. There's a microphone in the back of the room, so please feel free to walk up when your name is called. First up, we have Dr. Lisa McGuire from the Gerontological Society of America. Good to see you, Lisa.